Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our continued coverage of the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. It's the last show of 2022, and we're sending the year off in style with some Clash Royale. As usual, I've got two of the best in the business here with me to break down all the action, Andrew Guy and Rich Slayton.
Thank you so much, Glitter. It's an honor and a privilege to close out the year here at ESL Studios. And what better way to close out the year and get ready for the holidays than giving away $10,000 in cash prizes.
16 players are going to duke it out for the lion's share of that prize pool, but only one of them can be crowned our Split 2 champion.
It could be our Split 1 champion, Brew, who told us that winning SPS was the proudest accomplishment of his life so far. He'll be playing with emotion tonight to defend the title that means so much to him.
Standing in his way is a slugger's row of top-tier 1v1 talent, though, Andrew. He'll have to best some difficult opponents if he wants to repeat. names like Arden, Hael, and Mini, as well as some newcomers to the SPS scene who are no strangers to competitive Clash Royale like Air Surfer.
Well, let me go join these boys at the desk then so we can get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, for the last time of 2022, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
For the last time of 2022, live from Burbank, California. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy. Now, today is the culmination of our Clash Royale split number 2, and it's going to be a great way to close out the year. I'm your host, Glitter Explosion, of course, joined by Rich, by Andrew. Are you guys ready to close out the year?
It's been a great day. Shot a 2 under in the morning. Disc golf by day, Clash Royale by night, all day. Let's go.
I'm so sad I missed it on the disc golf this morning. I needed you to train me. I'm your young Padawan, but I am here to talk Clash, and it's probably the last big competitive event of the year. I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, we're getting everybody ready for the holidays, okay? But let's walk everyone through how today works. First, we're going to take a look at the bracket because we have a lot going on here. Now, we're only going to be watching 4 out of these first matches, but talk about recognizable names.
I mean, this is a really interesting bracket, kind of different from last time out, Andrew. We have some strong names in NA. BFist, our defending champion, Brew. Magma, his coach from last time in the bracket this time. More on that later. World finalist Sweep, Arden as well, who's playing already this morning. The big matchup, though, Hael versus Ian77. And, of course, rounding it out, 2 more world finalists in their own right in Air Surfer and Miniman.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really, really stacked lineup. What a great way to end out the season, end out the year with this type of competition here in NA. And you talked about Brew, our defending champion, walking away with $4,000 last time around. He could double that up today. You guys heard of the intro, $10,000 up for grabs today. You know, that's a great way to start your holidays. Good way to go out there and get some gifts for everyone, maybe yourself, or for Brew. If he gets first again, he can double that all the way up to $8,000. Second place gets $2,000. And of course, 1,000 to third and fourth, and you got to win your first match if you want to get $500.
You know that'd be a great holiday prize to get back-to-back first place finishes in this.
Yeah. It'd be wonderful.
That's what Brew going for, okay? But we've got a lot of people to talk about here today. Now, we say very frequently it is the era of everyone when it comes to the Snapdragon Pro Series, and we don't lie, okay? So let's talk about Air Surfer, someone we haven't seen in this competition before.
Not someone we've seen here before, but you see Andrew laughing because it doesn't get much more veteran in North America than Air Surfer. The last man standing of the old guard. Andrew, if you made a Mount Rushmore of Clash Royale in the US of A, Air Surfer's 100% on that mountain.
I know, at this point, it's almost redundant to talk about the accomplishments that he's had, but if you don't know Air Surfer, first of all, where have you been for the last 4+ years of competitive? He's a guy that's been to World Finals 3 times. He got 6th place just a couple months ago. He was eliminated by his good friend Morton. But when you talk about what he's done with Misfits, with, of course, where he started in complexity and where he is now as an individual, he's one of the biggest players in the world.
Stiff competition already, but that's not even taking into consideration that we mentioned it when we looked at the bracket. We've got to talk about our defending champion, Brew.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy who we've seen kind of coming up in the scene for the last year plus, but last split was where things were really able to put it together for him. He only lost 2 games that entire day, Rich.
Brew's been a guy who, in the USA Clash Royale scene, has been in that B tier for a long time, or let's call it the A tier, because there is the S tier of all this game. He's been right there, been very, very good. This championship last time out was his crowning achievement, and honestly, it couldn't have happened to a better guy. Let's go ahead and check in with some of his thoughts after his championship last time out.
I'm just feeling really great right now because I haven't really had like this big win, and this is like sort of like, even though like I won in CRL, got 4th place, this is like the first like breakthrough of my career in Clash Royale, and I'm really happy with my performance today. Well, there's a lot going on since it's my senior year in high school, and wasn't entirely sure if I'd continue playing Clash Royale too much, but I think I can make, well, I'm pretty sure I can make the World Finals this year, so that's going to be my main goal. Well, first I was going to give a shout out to Magma, since he basically carried me here. I would not be at this position without him. And yeah, for anyone who's supported me, even though I don't have much of a presence on social media, just like a really big thank you to everyone.
And we also got a chance to talk with Brew after last split, asked him what his biggest accomplishment was, and now it's winning the last split of the NA ESL SPS. I mean, that's really cool.
It is very, very cool when you talk about his first round matchup today against the guy Damien, who went out in the first round last time at this competition.
Yeah.
The interesting note here, though, Andrew, is you hear Brew thank his friend Magma for the deck pick help last time out, but Magma is in the competition, so we'll see how he fares without his coach in his corner, at least for 1 or maybe 2 rounds.
I mean, that's the great thing about competitive Clash Royale. You got someone who could go up against our analyst. We had an analyst get 2 players to the finals today in an earlier competition that happened. So there's just a lot of that community working with each other and working around each other. And Damien, like you said, Rich, he's kind of where Brew is when we first started hearing about him maybe a year and a half ago, right? He's done a little bit out there in the competitive scene. He showed up in CRL 2021 in round 4, I believe, or excuse me, in round 8, where he got 36th place. And of course, he was here, like you said, eliminated in our round 1, but that's also kind of where Bruzani started. Now, Bruzani had an 8th place finish as opposed to 16th, and he turned that into 1st place. Still, it's not a bad trajectory.
Not bad at all.
No, it's fantastic, honestly. And chat, obviously, we want to hear from you a little bit before we get into all the action. You know the drill. Let us know in that Twitch chat poll down below who you think is going to be coming out on top in our first match. If you didn't catch it, it's going to be Brew versus Damien for the first match that we are going to be checking in with here today. I think that's going to be a very fitting way to kind of kick off the entire bracket, so I'm going to let you guys handle it from here.
Excellent. Well, I'm certainly excited. Thank you so much, Glitter. This is going to be a blast today. Back in studio, the duo here ready for you. That's right. And it's going to be an interesting tournament, Andrew. We talked about that bracket earlier.
Yeah.
Last time we were here for an SPS final, the bracket was very heavily weighted to one side, a lot more spread out this time.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's really good when you talk about who's going to win this competition, right? You never want to be the winner of a competition. There's always someone that can say something about, oh, your bracket wasn't stacked, or the other side was so much harder. You just had to win 1 match on the day. That is not the case. And the other thing, I heard Glitter say drill just a minute ago. We haven't talked about all these balance updates that have come in. The Mighty Miner is everywhere. Him and that big drill have become the most used card in the game, and just on his cue, he pops up at the top of our screen.
Yeah, but look at this RG right at the bridge in response. So your best response, although the mortar's certainly helpful, and these guards will help DPS that down significantly. Nice control there by Damien. And the bird.
Yeah.
So we will be seeing some bird today, although it, the question here, have the consistent nerfs to the bird finally gotten into a manageable place?
Well, it's funny because if you watch the last broadcast of this, you and I were talking relentlessly about the Phoenix and the Monk, and they were not available for play because they'd just been introduced into the game. Now, 5 weeks later, they have been changed, balanced, nerfed, what have you, and it does seem like the Phoenix has survived, whereas the Monk has basically just vanished.
Well, that's a welcome change from the Phoenix Monk meta that we saw for many weeks, and we'll see, of course, here in dual mode, where players cannot repeat cards over the course of a best-of-3 set, a wide variety of matchups. But, of course, it's that Mighty Miner that everyone will have an eye on, as you were mentioning earlier, Ian77, who's in this competition, hitting top on our current rankings, using a different Mighty Miner deck.
Yeah, it's a super fascinating Mighty Miner Goblin Hut Wall Breakers deck with poison in there. It's got a lot of great control. I'm very curious to see if Goblin Hut will be used much today in the competitive scene, right? We haven't seen a whole lot of competition since these balance changes just happened. And honestly, without that much time, people don't know exactly how those cards work yet and what that has done to the meta. It always takes a little while for it to balance out. And I'm very curious if our competitive meta today will show us something as daring as coming out with Goblin Hut, or if they're going to stick to things that worked just a little bit ago when Mighty Miner was more popular, like bait, like this mortar deck.
And the guards do not get around early enough to keep the Mighty Miner on the Royal Giant. Barb Barrel in. Very, very healthy Phoenix behind, and that bird is on an express flight directly to the tower, although very, very nice micro here from Brew to avoid that problem.
Yeah, and I like that Brew kind of overspent there at the very end with the Musketeer to make sure that it wouldn't give Damien an opportunity to protect that Phoenix, because Log being out of cycle, it could have been enticing for Damien to kind of double down. Bruzani made sure that he didn't have to get to that situation. So RG comes down again, guards up high to stop that Fish Boy, and then a Mortar. So this is a really interesting matchup, because I think on paper, when this isn't Mighty Miner and it's a Mortar matchup with Valkyrie and AQ, Royal Giant always wins this one or has a much better matchup. I'm not sure the numbers exactly on this one.
Well, here we go into sudden death overtime. Very close on the left-hand side, just 4 HP separating these two, although it is the dual lane pressure from Damien that could be a factor as time goes on.
Yeah, and I'd really love to see Damien continue to do exactly what he's doing here to make sure that that Mighty Miner and those guards aren't even able to be used the way that Brew wants to. Those two cards are your biggest, heaviest hitters other than the Royal Giant, and controlling them is really important, but a lot of damage, like you just said, Rich, in both lanes coming in.
12:44 left-hand side, 15:47 lead in both lanes right now for Damien over Bruzani. Has not been able to get these Mortar Miners to do enough to keep up with the pace, the onslaught of Damien as we go into the final 90 seconds of gameplay. Brew trying to make a little bit of something happen, but this defense just holding them at bay.
Yeah, I mean, Damien does have that spell battle race 1 with Lightning, of course. Log plus Poison is the other option here for Brew, but still a lot of time left. 70 seconds here. You're only down by 200 HP, excuse me, if you are Bruzani. Or Damien, excuse me, Bruzani with the lead on the left-hand side.
RG to the right-hand lane. Does Damien go all the way around one more time? Lightning, yeah, clears things off on the left. And that Miner doing a good job of protecting the Mighty Miner, exactly what Damien needed in that situation.
Fishboy pulls in a card to distract the Royal Ghost from working down that left-hand lane. Would have been a nice bit of pressure there for Damien, but doesn't work out because of that Royal Ghost getting retargeted from the Fisherman pull, as this Royal Giant gets one shot in on that right-hand side.
Big time one, but the poison down on the left-hand side. Musketeer doesn't do it, but as that poison ticks, the lead will continue to go more towards Bruzani. 660 to 923. High Mortar to hold, but not going to hold that long. And this is a nice Fisherman. The guards don't get the pickup.
Yeah.
That's huge.
And the RG basically untouched that entire time, makes it an easy pull on the Lightning there to get on top of that Musketeer. Now Miner plus Poison the opposite lane. This is a race. Can Damien get another Lightning down in time? He's cycling.
And those guards aren't going to block that Lightning on that right-hand side. So Lightning does get hit. Poison
but the Miner's
in.
on.
Oh,
Whoa!
3 HP.
Oh,
what
my
a
goodness.
win for Damien to open things up. That's how you want to start the last event of the year.
Yeah, I mean, you're going up against the guy that just walked away with the gold medal. You get down to a 3 HP race. Beautiful mechanics on both sides. Great control. This Lightning was such a huge factor in cleaning up those Musketeers, dealing with the Mortars, and of course, that spell damage race that we talk about. Only 3 HP separating the two. That Lightning definitely did some of that work.
And a great job by the control booth there, pulling the Ice Spirit play to just, you know, Brew had some good defenses, but here is that final moment. We're into the final 23 seconds or so. This shot from the RG, this is what ends the game, and it's the, never mind, it's the Lightning that goes ahead and gets in the end, 3 HP. Not a big margin, but that's all you need to win.
It's a really, really tough situation to be in if you're Bruzani. When you look at all the options with the Hunter there to be able to put in good DPS on top of that Mighty Miner. You've got the Lightning for, of course, the Mortar and the Musketeer. You've got the E-Spirit plus the Barb Barrel to deal with all those guards. So there's a lot of ways to work around and get through. But as we all know, if you play Royal Giant, it's about actually taking the time to sequence it, right? When you're playing Royal Giant, you figure out kind of the kryptonite to your opponent's defense. You still have to get that cycle in play, and that's a really, really hard thing to do. Damien squeezes by with 3 HP, but he did a pretty good job with a pretty nice matchup.
Yeah, certainly nice indeed. So now we go here into game number 2, and the big question becomes that analysis, right? Now, I did get word from Brew. He is not deck picking on his own for these first couple of matches. Has Kamal Teja, who was one of the people helping pick decks for Line to get that number 4 finish at World Finals in 2021 for Clash Royale League. So he has some help. We'll see what Kamal and Brew come up with here for game number 2 with their back to the wall against Damien.
So just for a little bit of numbers here for you guys at home that might be wondering about that matchup, obviously it is a bit newer because this hasn't been happening a whole lot, this exact matchup, but when you're matching 7 or more cards, it's actually in favor of the Mortar, but when you go to 6 or more cards, it's in favor of the Royal Giants. So when you talk about those numbers being basically even, that explains the 3 HP finish.
And a big thank you for our opening action here to Snapdragon for our wonderful competition. When you think gaming, think Snapdragon. And of course, this whole event powered by Samsung.
I do think it is interesting. It looks like we got Graveyard at the bottom of our screen here. You know, there's no poison in play, which makes sense, but the Zappies coming out, I always wonder if that's exactly the way that you want to go. I guess it can be good because we have the Phoenix here, but the Zappies feel like a great draw if you know you're going to go up against Mighty Miner.
Yeah, most certainly. Of course, you talked about the Monk earlier. Monk in the mix here with this Royal Hogs deck, and we're having a bit of a delay on the spectator here for a moment, folks. Hopefully it's not on the player's end and just on our connectivity end. Of course, we'll get that fixed and ready for you as soon as possible.
I gotta tell you, when those bars pop up on my screen when I'm playing, there is so much rage that fires through my body. Because it doesn't matter if you're winning, doesn't matter if you're losing, if you just started, you're about to finish, it always hurts.
And I think we're gonna all back up
in?
again, and
Great.
hopefully it was just, I think it was just on our end, not on their end. And looks like Brew, though, has opened up the lead. And you look at this, there are okay counters to Royal Hogs for Damien, but no phenomenal counters.
Yeah, I mean, what you're really going to try to do here is have Zappies on the board and then use your Skeleton King. The Tombstone is something that is going to be obviously useful, but the Earthquake makes it really, really unimpactful.
1921 on the right-hand side, and now the lead opening up in both lanes for the American, and Graveyard in one more time with the poison in tow. You see the defensive EQ here, and on top of that, has to spend 6 to defend this GY poison push, and comes out the better for it, does Bruzane.
2388 to 1647. That poison most likely looking for the Goblins, but, you know, Bruzani doing a good job not biting on that. He goes delivery instead, and we'll see how he wants to play his bomb tower moving forward to defend, right? Because he's always got to deal with this cannon cart, but the bomb tower is a great, great assist in helping clean up those GYs, because there's not a lot of splash damage on Bruzani's side of the board. And like you said, Rich, that Earthquake can't always be used, even though it was that last time around.
And their Monk may be trying to get that, there you go, the Skeleton King out of Princess range, and so able to defend just here with a little bit less elixir for that Graveyard, and has to use the bomb tower to distract the Inferno. And the pop does protect just a little bit here. Inferno Dragon staying up. Can it get the Phoenix off the board? And courtesy of the Zappies, we go into our final 90 with Damien behind, that may be starting to see a shift in momentum his direction.
Arrows come out to get on top of those Goblins, so arrows plus poison is a great way to deal with these cleanups. As those Hogs go down the right-hand lane, that's going to be another big swing for Bruzani, taking that tower all the way down below 1200 HP.
At some point, Damien has to really super commit to a Graveyard push. The question is going to be, how much does Brew defend there versus how much does he send the opposite lane with those piggies to put pressure?
It's always a bit of a tough spot when you've got your cannon cart cycling towards a Monk. You can see that Monk putting in a ton of work right now, reflecting those shots back at the cannon cart, setting the line, obviously taking less damage from the Inferno, and of course that Skeleton King. Bruzani goes opposite.
And you see that not getting the EQ in will still get plenty of pigs damage. Keep in mind,
the
though,
Inferno?
Wow, beautifully picked up there to prevent the damage, and now pigs one more time. Brew has the lead in the right, but he wants to spend in the left to force that, as you see, to pull the Skeleton King out and keep stuff off that right-hand tower.
Yeah, any elixir spent in the left-hand lane is a big-time win for Bruzani. Just keeping him off that right-hand side. You never want that counter push from defense to come in and turn into offense. Perfectly timed arrows there, but it still shouldn't be enough with only 18 seconds remaining.
Trying to push one more time. I think Damien can get around to one more Graveyard potentially here. And there we go, Graveyard in. Not much tanking, but he should have arrows or poison. Poison down, but he can't stop these piggies, and the damage on the left-hand side is, of course, going to be way too much. GG, well played. well drawn up by Brew and Kamal, and here we go to a game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, because of how popular Mighty Miner has become, Royal Hogs become a little bit more difficult to deal with, right? Especially with a deck like this, when you look, you don't have a ton of splash damage. That Skeleton King is good, but not the greatest response unit. Obviously, you'd love a stronger building like a Bomb Tower or a bigger spell, but this is the type of thing that happens, right? When a card gets buffed like Mighty Miner, he shows up everywhere, then we're going to see things like Royal Hogs pop up more and be more effective. Then it's going to be all about how do Mighty Miners defend against Royal Hogs. We'll get there and we'll tie that conversation when that actually comes into play, but no surprise to see that win condition come out in our very first set and have a lot of success.
And now you go into game number 3 and take a look at the decks that were used so far. Keep in mind, that was that Mortar Miner deck with Poison used by Brew, game number 1. RG Lightning in game number 1 as well for Damien. On Damien's side, Poison out, Delivery out, Bird out.
Yeah.
You got to be thinking that Lava Hound is a great direction to go in. On the other side of things for Bruzani, Lightning gone, has not used the Archer Queen yet. You feel like that might be the direction to go.
I really love that you actually got us to that part of the conversation, because AQ and Musketeer were cards that were used not a whole lot because of how strong Monk was. And when I saw the Monk nerf, the first thing I thought was, oh man, here we go. AQ is back. It's not just about the Archer Queen being back, it's about opening up the meta in general. The Monk was just a little bit too strong, but I love that we can have these conversations now about what's going to happen, because before it was literally just, oh, they haven't used Monk in game 1 or in game 2, they have to use it in game 3. But now the fact that Mighty Miner is so strong, you saw Skeleton King be used, and now that Archer Queen is back on the map, it just leaves the whole playing field wide open. Now, in terms of what Brew should play in this game, and I don't hate the call on Lava Hound, but for some reason, I just still feel like RG has been so strong. I don't feel like it's completely fallen out of the meta yet.
Yeah, well, I think that Damien should play Lava Hound.
Oh, you're saying Damien,
with
okay.
Poison, Delivery, and the Bird all out on Brew's side. Lava Hound is a really nice pick for Damien here, and the question is Brew thinking that Damien is looking at that and actually making that call, or is Damien just playing comfort, and is Lava Hound part of that comfort?
Yeah, that is a really, really tough question, just because obviously I don't know a whole lot about Damien either, right? I haven't seen a lot of his competition or a lot of his ladder play, but I will say with Brew and what he's played so far, I really do think that maybe going to Royal Giant wouldn't be the worst, or GY, right? GY is also a very, very strong pull. I don't know how much we've seen him play, though, because for a long time, GY wasn't that relevant, or at least when we watched him compete.
Sure. I mean, Graveyard's nice. What was the spell in deck? It was Poison already used by Damien. Poison and Arrows both used by Damien in game number 2. And yeah, so GY not a bad option here for Brew. And we're getting where the Brew is the one taking a little bit of time getting his decks ready. So you have to imagine that Brew and Kamal are going back and forth on, just like we are, on the pick here for game number 3.
Honestly, if Brew kind of copied a lot of the deck that he just played against, it wouldn't be the worst. Obviously, you can't use the cards that you've already played, but the fact of having GY, Skeleton King, and Zappies, I think it'd be fare very, very well if he did run into Mighty Miner. Looks like it could be RG.
Miner Valk for Damien. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, Damien may be going Mortar?
A little fireball there to get on the AQ, but she'll get a little protection, and Brew can pop the ability on the opposite side. Does he get it down before the... Nope, the tower connects, and that's always unfortunate to spend that elixir on nothing.
Yeah, he should hopefully get it back. Nice NATO there, looking to maybe pick up those skellies, but again, this is like the second time in this set where Damien's tried to predict through, and Brew has gone for the second option, and I love seeing that early on in a game.
Yeah, that worked out very nicely for Brew, and it's a little early, in my opinion, to be trying to NATO skellies off for a -2 trade to get a wall breaker connect, right? That feels more like a second or a double or triple elixir choice.
Yeah, I don't actually disagree with you. It's tough, though, because this deck that Damien's running, we just saw Remy Eli get #1 on ladder with it. It's the only deck that was being used, basically, in the whole top 200, it felt like, that did not have Monk or Phoenix in it. And it's just a classic deck. I mean, you love this deck, right? You've played this for a very, very long time. And, you're definitely better with this deck than I am. But I do think if you get that big damage early on, it is really, really helpful, because it is really hard to stack damage late with this deck.
Yeah, but if you're even sniffing you're up against Royal Giant, which he is, spending that NATO early on against that RG, and then when it doesn't work, the ability for the punish, and that's what we're seeing right now. And he's going to NATO this back and prevent a significant portion of damage, but that Royal Ghost is still just chilling, and this all cascades back to
the
you
overspend.
spent too much early.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, and I again, like I said, I don't disagree with the fact that it was an overspend, and that was a beautiful display of how you got punished, because that Royal Ghost was getting tanked for the entire time by that Royal Giant, and then he NATO's the Royal Giant back late, and then the Royal Ghost tanks for the Royal Giant. So it's just like they're trading duties here, and then you see the tower's already down to 69 HP. And Rich, I think we can at least agree on this with this deck. You do not ever want to be down one tower with this deck going up against two.
No, especially not at this stage, too. I mean, this is GG well played. Damien, really excellent, excellent try, excellent go for it. You got a nice matchup in game number 1, but just a little out of his element here in game 2 and 3.
Yeah, I think he just needs to slow down, pump the brakes a little bit, and that's what will happen when you get more experience. And Brew has that experience now, right? He doesn't go for any big fancy plays. He goes for smart second and third choices on defense, which you always love to see at the highest level. Never repeating any of that. Damien got caught looking a couple times.
Yeah, you talk about that experience, and not just the experience, but the confidence of having come off a tournament victory.
Yeah.
Right? Like you come in going, oh, I've proven I can do it. I no longer have the nerves of will I have. Now I can just play Clash Royale.
This is his house.
Yep, there
and
you
he
go.
just showed Damien that right here. Not a great start, but a reverse sweep coming through for our reigning champion in Bruzani, the American, doing it in style here, and you always love to see him kind of getting taken to the limit in his first set and coming out stronger on the other side.
Taken right to that 3 HP limit there.
Oh,
Look, the finish of the
That's
day,
actually a
baby.
good point, yeah.
Right? In game number 1, and standing by with us now, Glitter. Glitter, we opened up with a razor-thin margin and then pure dominance by our defending champion in games 2 and 3.
I got a little nervous in that first game, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
It was a little bit stressful. Okay, I thought the storylines were going straight down. And then Brew brought it back. So phenomenal performance there at the end. We're gonna take a look back at the bracket and see what's gone on so far. Because now Brew's moving on, okay, to those quarterfinals. And we also have some results for our match of BFist versus Giraffe. BFist coming out on top in a 2-0 fashion, which means BFist will be going up against Brew in that next stage. So we'll have to see how that matchup pans out. But of course, we got to get through these first ones. And the next one we're actually going to be looking at is the matchup of Arden versus The Lost. Now, I've got to give a little bit of a caveat here, guys, okay? Arden and The Lost might have gotten a little bit excited and already played their matches.
Oh, no.
So we're going to go back and we're going to watch the replays of the matches, okay? We're going to talk through the whole thing as it happens, but they might have gotten a little bit hyped because they were very excited to play. The rest of the matches will be live, but just these will be the only non-live ones.
Okay. Well,
I will say that my deck picking will be on point. I will know exactly what they're running.
Oh, yeah, no, we can figure that one out tremendously. We'll still pretend like we look really good while we're doing it. Arden Toas, of course, coming off a CRL World Finals appearance in 2022. And he's doing double duty today, currently played in the morning at DreamHack in Valencia, Spain, in a live event there. And then, of course, playing from Spain here to finish off his Snapdragon series.
Yeah, Arden's one of those guys that I have still the utmost faith in. I expect him to do great things in his career. Maybe my expectations were a little higher than they should have been in 2022. And it's not anything other than Arden is kind of in his sophomore year. What he could do in 2023 is astronomical. He's got World Finals. He's got a championship here under his belt. We'll see what 2023 has for him and if he can close out this year strong. His opponent, though, is someone who we've actually gotten pretty familiar with here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, but he does always seem to run into a heavy hitter.
Yeah, and not just a heavy hitter, but a heavy hitter in the first round. The Lost making his 4th Snapdragon Pro Series Finals appearance. 3 of those appearances so far out in the first round before making it into the money. So the question is, can Lost break the curse? Can Lost break that curse today and actually walk home with at least $500 in his pocket? Or will he be Mr. 16 one more time?
I need him to pick up some wins. I really do, because he's shown he's consistently good enough to get here every single time. I'm thinking maybe it's the nerves. We just talked about how experience can help. Maybe today is the day that the Lost puts it all together.
Well, we don't have to wait and see for this one. I'm not going to tell you how it pans out, but we're going to get right into this so you guys can see what happened between Arden and The Lost.
let's go ahead and jump into it. I believe if it's ready, since it already
it's a
happened.
replay, yeah.
Since it already happened. And of course, you will see a slightly different view here because we're seeing the replay view rather than the full deck view. So I'm gonna guess that Lost is playing Drill and Arden's playing Royal Giant.
There's no way.
Fascinating.
It's been a long time since you and I have cast a replay, and I'm not upset about it.
Yeah. Yeah, this is interesting. It's so weird to not have to speculate on the deck at all.
Yeah, and I think one of my favorite things about it is just having the elixir conversation, right? You can always just see where these guys are at, and obviously this early on at this high level, they're just dead even.
And they both have 8 cards in their deck.
Yeah, matchup-wise, this is interesting, right? Because there's a lot of ways for Lost to kind of control the Royal Giant, right? He's got the cannon card, he's got the NATO, he's got the drill. A lot of great ways to keep it at bay, and then a good single-target DPS. But of course, then you got to think about your spell power and how you're getting on top of things like this Archer Queen.
Yeah, and the lightning makes things kind of complicated for the Lost. If he can't open up anything a little bit early here, he's gonna have to go ahead and he's not gonna drill. He decides to DPS down the Royal Giant. And this is interesting because we usually don't know what they have in hand for sure unless you're keeping track. And now we have a very clear example of what they're both sitting on. Cannon car on the left-hand side here for the Lost, picked up by the Royal Ghost. As we go past the midway point of regulation time, it is Arden Toas just slightly in the lead by about 200 HP crosswise.
And add a little bit more to that with two big Royal Giant swings that come in. That's always tough. And Lost had the NATO in hand. And you can still activate. I know it was on the outside, but you can still activate. Unless I'm crazy, but you can.
He was actually lost for the moment.
Yeah, did he drop his phone? Did he lose it?
Did he lose his mind?
Very interesting. Maybe someone on Twitter will tell us. They usually do.
Yeah. Drill's opposite lane, NATO's it back, 1609 on that left-hand lane. Magic Archer will clean up the right-hand side action. That lightning comes down to save the tower from damage. The RG shoots the downed cannon cart instead. And this is just turning out to be a little bit of trouble here for the Lost.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things where, you talk about what we were expecting out of Arden in 2022, and this is because you watch gameplay like this, and it's just seamless. It's perfect, right? The interactions are on point. Elixir's always where it needs to be. Cycle's where it needs to be. And, his sophomore year is looking pretty good, especially in this game right here against the Lost, who is... He got some good damage there, 1803, 1292, but RG will not get a shot.
And you see what Lost was going for there, trying to pull the RG back towards the downed cannon cart.
A lot of red.
But it didn't do it, and as you said, that's a lot of red. Tower in a whole lot of trouble. That should be down. Does survive for a half second here, but the bird will go beak, beak, bye-bye, and we're on to game number 2.
Beak, beak, bye-bye. The Lost, that was a really, okay, so just truth be told, I'm sure you guys can tell at home, it's very odd for us to be casting a replay, right?
Yeah.
Because you're kind of trying to speculate on things. But what I do love about it is, first of all, we saw Arden basically making perfect decision after perfect decision for the entire game. But then we saw the not use of the NATO on the Royal Ghost. So those are the types of things that I actually love because we wouldn't be able to do that normally.
Sure.
We'd be like, why didn't he use it? It must have not been in cycle. But it was in cycle. Did he just get caught looking?
I'm not entirely sure. It felt like he was living up to his name, which is he looked totally lost out there this time around. And, one nice thing about having to go off replay, though, Andrew, is that we don't have much to wait for game number 2. That can get queued up pretty quickly. And we can speculate here for a little while as to what they're going to do, but then we can see it very fast.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing about that game was, I know that deck at the bottom of the screen from the Lost is very popular. I know it was very strong for a long time, but it's weird. It almost felt like he'd never played it before. He didn't seem comfortable playing it. He never used his Goblin Drill defensively. He decided to DPS the Royal Giant down over and over again, which this is not the best option. You saw the NATOs coming in late, but it just felt like he was a little just out of sorts that entire game.
You do have to be defensive drilling in that matchup, and then trying to wait until triple where you can outcycle with the drill,
right,
or get some Marcher NATO like lineups, right? But if you're trying to do a bunch of single elixir drills for damage, you can do it once, but you can't be doing a bunch of that when you're trying to defend RGs.
Yeah, and especially against someone like Arden Toas, who like he's going to take that elixir advantage that you give him, and he's not going to attack right away. He's going to build that second, third wave, which is why when the game actually ended, like I said, there was an ocean of red on the board. So Lost now decides to go with the card that just did him dirty in the Royal Giant, and it does get a shot.
And sitting back on that Skelly King, elixir advantage towards Arden, despite the tombstone being on the board. It's not going to be a factor, really, other than to maybe feed that Skeleton King if that's the choice that Lost decides to go with, although that might be his best in-hand way of catching the miners, and he might go ahead and do that, and there you see it, but a little late on that miner catch.
Yeah, and you look here at the matchup that Arden finds himself in with that Mother Witch being in play. This is one of the better mortar decks that you could be running. Not a lot of immediate piggy bait out there. Obviously, the Musketeer a little bit harder to kill, Mighty Miner a little bit harder to kill. The guards are really the only thing, so that Mother Witch becomes that much less impactful. And then, as much as people like to say Valkyrie is the best use or the best counter to Skeleton King, Mighty Miner is not bad as long as you can get him out early.
Fish Boy down, Muskie plus Mortar going to work on the RG. Ice Spirit to slow that big boy down, and nice idea there, recognizing that he was going to get a little bit of trouble with the Fireball, gets the guards up high. Brew just a half step ahead once again here in game number 2. Arden, I mean.
No,
Arden,
I know.
yeah.
It's 2 champions. That's why. Arden, winner from, I believe, split number 1.
Mm-hmm. Did I say I shot +2 today during the show? But I shot a -2. I just want to be very clear.
I thought you said minus.
Yeah, well, I just want to be clear. It was 2 under.
If it was 2 over, that'd be something I'd be bragging about.
Yeah, fair enough. RG to the right-hand lane here for the Lost Mighty Miner, and it's almost discerning.
It's right? It's like when the Miner speed changed to slower, and the Mighty Miner speed being faster it stresses me out a little bit, but I love it.
Well, like the way his body moves, like the character animation wasn't designed to move that fast. So it looks like, okay, you know when like you see like someone power walking, how uncomfortable their body looks?
Yeah, he looks like someone's uncle at a wedding dancing, honestly.
Yes. Snowball to slow, and Fireball for the Muskie. RG looking in for a lot here, and that Fish Boy doing some work, and just like that, Arden loses the lead to the Lost.
Yeah, and that was a really, I mean, that's the thing about the Mighty Miner. He can get lost, and he just did, and that actually worked out very, very well for the Lost. Mother Witch, like we talked about a little bit ago, pretty much a non-factor in this matchup, but not an issue right now. Arden giving up so much damage on that last swing, and these fireballs on top of those Musketeers, it feels like he just doesn't know what to do with his Muskie.
Well, because he can't put Muskie in the middle because of the Fish Boy and the Zappies, and he's just trying to figure out what in the world can I do, and unless he's able to put the Musketeer high and protect her at the same time, which is kind of a lot to ask in some of these situations, that Muskie's a problem. This is a really great matchup situation for the Lost, top to bottom.
And I like what he's doing here now, doing exactly what he needs to do. He gets that tombstone down behind the tower, baits out the poison, and now can just build a gigantic push on that left-hand side.
Miner on the back left-hand lane, RG set up, and Mighty Miner just doing very little as well because of these Zappies and all these skeletons.
And that's a really tough Mother Witch. She goes up high to try to turn that Spirit into a Hog, which works out, but is completely taken off the board by the Musketeer, but the Hog did get a little bit in, so 388 to 462, and now another Mother Witch comes down.
And the Log takes the Mighty Miner off of the RG.
And the
Poison
pole
trying to slow the Royal Giants down, but a second RG is in. Not going to be enough. This is going to be a GG. We're going to go to game number 3 here. I mean, 388, hold on.
I mean, yeah, there's enough time. He's going to go to the back here with the Miner. He snowballs everything off.
No.
RG gets a shot in. Oh, man, that would have been incredible. That would have been absolutely insane if he stole that game.
Would have been, what a wonderful ending that would have been. Instead, we get to go to our 3rd game here. And, man, you know, the Lost definitely kind of had a struggle situation in game number 1.
Yeah.
You know, he looked good here. He did also have a pretty significant matchup advantage.
Yes, yeah. I mean, this is one of those matchups that me as a Mortar player, I don't really ever love being in, especially when you have the Mighty Miner instead of the Valkyrie, you have the Snowball instead of the Log. These are things that can make that matchup just a little bit easier. But I also like the idea of, you know, the way that Arden constructed this deck, it just didn't find himself in a good matchup. And the Lost did a very, very good job with those last few RG pushes coming in and sequencing his offense just the way he needed to. That one time when you said the Fish Boy just putting in work, Fireball cleans up the Musketeer, the guards get logged away, and No Man's Land, that RG was at like 80% before it actually started getting significant damage dealt to it.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the difficulty Brew, or the Arden, keep on doing that. Brew, you won already. I'm sorry. The difficulty Arden was having, especially with the Musketeer, the amount of clog that was happening in the middle, where that whole portion of the board was just controlled by the Lost, gave him fits and starts. So we'll see if he has a better in game number 3, and Arden looking like some variation of Fireball bait up against a Mega Knight base, Mega Knight and Mini P.E.K.K.A. The Lost going with what I would call, at least for the moment, like a 6K special.
Yeah, unless you're Demas, right? Demas is the only guy in the world that can somehow take with these decks. I mean, this one has 2 spells in it, most likely. You see the arrows there. I believe we already saw Zap, or maybe I'm just cheating because I'm looking at Royale API right now, trying to figure out what cards were already used, but then I realized I'd figure out the results of the matchup. Just ignore me. But the other thing that I want to talk about, though, is the deck at the top of your screen. This is what I'm saying. Royal Hogs is back, Fireball Bait is back, and the recruits are back because of how strong Mighty Miner is.
Fireball on the Archer Queen. She'll take care of the Zappies here as the first minute of gameplay passes, and we're just waiting to see when these piggies come out and when this Mega Knight goes and hurts their emotions.
Now,
also their bodies.
One thing I have to say about this matchup, though, Rich, is I actually feel like this is really heavily in favor of the Lost. You've got the MK for the piggies, you've got the minions to help deal with the recruits, you've got the Mini P.E.K.K.A. for the Skeleton King, you've got arrows and Zap to help clean up any bait on the ground or any of those skellies that spawn. It feels like this is the Lost match to win or lose. It's all up to him, really, it feels like.
Well, that's a big leaping Mega Knight with some minions behind. Skeleton King looking to clean up a little bit here. Zap arrows for the Zappies. And just trying to clear a path right now for the... Wow! The Mega Knight does connect. Kaboom! 1272 left. And that Mega Knight was not supposed to do that.
That is... Yeah, I mean, I'm almost wondering if the worst thing is the wall breakers connecting afterwards. It's just insult on top of injury. Arrows go out in both directions. And just like that, though, Arden right back in the lead after taking a massive, massive hit there from a Mega Knight leap and 2 wall breakers connecting.
Might I refer to this as a slobber knocker,
It is
Andrew?
a Rich Slayton classic.
1272 to 963. Champions go opposite directions.
Curious about this flying machine and these recruits. When can he really start to abuse the single target and the spell power? Maybe we're going to see it right now.
Those recruits were great, though, taking care of the Archer Queen. Oh, that's going to be a fly machine way deep through. Look at how everything is being handled on both sides. These wall breakers might go in, but honestly, at this point, I think exactly. Arden ignores the wall breakers, loads up with the piggies because he knows the Mega Knight's not in cycle, and that's a GG. That's a well played. And you know, I thought maybe you were tipping the hat when you said, you know, actually, Rich, I think this matchup is way in the Lost favor.
That's what it's telling me on the internet. I love those final moments, though. I love what Arden did there. You know, the overspend out of his opponent to defend on one side and the other, and he just relentlessly kept pressuring the opposite lane. You know, you saw the Royal Hog, or this push right here, right? You see the overspend to clean up this flying machine. It gets so much damage in. Minor, wall breakers, arrows, and then he's like, all right, I got to deal with the left-hand side. He overspends to clean up the left-hand side, and then that final set of piggies comes down the right-hand side. Beautifully orchestrated.
It was a tough one for him, and now we have some of our favorites moving on here. One more time, Glitter. Arden in the next round.
I know, you've got to feel good about that because you've always been a big champion of Arden, okay?
I got to say, very, very good on not letting us know who. I almost thought you didn't know who won when she walked away, and I was like, wait, she knows.
Yeah.
Good job, Glitter. Actress.
Okay, listen. I'm glad you enjoyed that.
I did.
Now we know how that went. Okay, Arden came out on top in that one moving forward in the bracket, which we'll check back in with. We've got more matches around the corner yet to still occur. While we were watching this one, though, Boomer versus Magma also went down. Boomer came out on top, 2-0 there. So
don't you mean Boom Clown?
I believe it's Boom Clown.
I was waiting for you guys to go for the Boom Clown. I think he heard you and was like, no, that's not what's going to happen here.
Magma out. So the question now is, will Magma go and take over for deck picking for Brew? or will Kamal keep running with Brew, who they had a nice success here in round number 1?
Yeah, and then of course Boom, Clown probably looking towards sweep. You know, you never know, but that's a world finalist, a really, really big name out there. But now as we get towards the bottom of our bracket, like we talked about, these next 2 matchups are massive.
I have some more news.
Oh, no.
What?
The next matchup, okay, we're going to be watching Hael and Ian next, but they also might have been a little bit excited about
come on.
the game.
You're professional
Stop
Clash
it.
Royale players. This is how this works.
So, you know what? It's the holiday season.
okay.
They're just ready
That's
to
right.
game. We got to talk about them. It's a replay again.
That's fine, because this is one of those matches that doesn't matter if it's a replay. This could be an all-timer. These are 2 of the biggest names in the game. Hael kind of MIA for the most part in 2022.
Yeah.
Rich, he was a guy at the end of 2021. He had that Cinderella run. Great job in World Finals. I at least expected him to be all over the place in 2022. What kind of went on there?
I'm not entirely sure. I've heard that he had a lot of school responsibilities to take his foot off the gas, couldn't train as much, and this is a game that you and I both know. If you are not grinding that training, staying at a high level is nearly impossible to do. And, you know, Hael made some runs at the end of the year, but just couldn't put it together. On the other side of things from Hael, though, is someone who I'm going to assume today is in top form. He's the one playing the deck that you were showing me earlier. One of the all-time great Hog players, and certainly guys who expanded his competitive capability. Ian 77 coming out hot today.
Yeah, well, Ian must be loving this balance change, right? Because I feel like it really caters to him. And I was just going to say, he's a guy that loves bait. There you go, right here. We're seeing him play bait. He loves Hog Rider. Hog Rider really, really strong right now, honestly. And then when you talk about the deck that he was playing, I mean, I don't know if this is a deck that he's going to be playing more. I don't know if he was just having fun with it. But he did get to #1 on the leaderboard. I stole it. I love it. It's a lot of fun. Wallbreaker's Mighty Miner with Goblin Hut. And it was one of those few instances where I actually got to see how strong Goblin Hut could actually be now with the changes.
Well, I'm not going to make you guys wait to see this very anticipated matchup. We're just going to dive straight back into the replay.
You're too good to us, Glitter. All right, here we go. For the first time for our eyes, Hael versus Ian. Let's do this thing.
Please stop pressing play early, everybody, for the love of God.
All right. Ian,
I'm going to guess Royal Giant versus Ram Rider.
Yeah. Gosh, you're so good.
I know, it's crazy.
This is actually the other deck that I saw him, because I was like creeping on Ian's profile for a little while because I saw him playing it. He was also playing a lot of RG.
Well, before the Monk Bird drop, this RG variants were the annoyingly dominant deck of competitive. In Queso Cup Teams Edition, where there were no duels and no bans most of the way through, and before the Bird came out, it was RG Fest 2022.
Yes, yep, and that is kind of actually what we saw a lot of in our last competition here, because there was no Monk, there was no Phoenix. It was just a ton of Royal Giants. So both these guys just hanging out for almost an entire minute. I guess it makes sense when you look at both their opening hands, but I would have maybe thought Hael would have tried something a little sooner, but instead, Royal Ghost in both directions.
Do we always have game music turned off? I'm actually trying to remember my brain if I'm used to having the game music on or not.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't know.
I've
been doing it for 6 years. I feel like sometimes it's maybe like very quiet, and other times it's just gone.
29:53 left-hand lane. First blood drawn by Ian. Just not even a jab, really, more of like a glancing blow. As we go past the halfway point of our opening 3 minutes, and this bridge fight starts heating up.
Every RPG player just kind of shivered a little bit when you said glancing blow.
Oh, fair. And emotional.
So a very slow, I mean, this is one of those matchups where it's almost like there's too much respect. You know, like they're both like, I don't want to make the first mistake. And that's exactly what you have to do at this level. And now with ticking down to 1, I bet we see at least a giant skeleton come down.
Well, look at how heavy both of their hands are, right? RG Giant Skeleton, it's 12, they're both sitting on 12 Elixir across 2 cards, with RG Giant Skeleton one side and Ram Rider Mega Knight on the other. So playing any of those is a commitment, and here you go, they both decide to play the big tank as their opening salvo of double.
And in this situation, since they both know they have cards that can deal with any sort of ground pressure that came in the opposite lane, it makes sense to get their tanks on the board. Now this matchup's going to heat up quite a bit.
Ram Rider gets pulled. Does she tap? Of course she does.
Of course she does, but decent pusher on the left-hand side. That bar barrel going to turn that giant skeleton around and let that Mighty Miner get right on top of the RG. Really, really nicely played. Still gets a shot, but pretty clean there.
About 200 HP, 250-ish.
He snuck it in front.
Whoa.
That was great timing.
And this will be a little bit of damage here on the right-hand side for Hael as he retakes the lead. Going into sudden death overtime, Ian77 has sacrificed that advantage and now down by about 240-ish.
Yeah, minions also getting a little bit of love in that last buff. And as you guys saw, those 3 minions getting on tower put in a lot of damage. I mean, that's a substantial amount. And I actually really like that change to the minions. I'm not sure how it'll play out over time, but as of right now, it was necessary. They were just really never, ever showed up in competitive.
It was 340-ish. I know what math is, and here we go, final 90 seconds. Mighty Miner all over that RG, and Ian's taking some good shots here. Getting it in, I guess, not even worrying about the Mighty Miner in that situation. Yeah, good protection there. That got enough room for the Ram Rider to sneak on through. Very nicely sequenced by Hael. Does he have the defensive ability to stop this in the left-hand lane?
I mean, it just feels like he has it every single time. Ian's really not supporting his Royal Giants pushes as much as he'd like to, or maybe it's just the cards that he's playing against make it really difficult. But I guess while all this is going on, that Royal Ghost is going crazy on the right-hand side, taking it down to the lowest tower for Hael at 1747.
Yeah, he chose to eat all of that, and that's a hard choice. He was low on elixir, had to defend in that left-hand lane, and he made the best call that he could, but those Royal Ghosts, they're deceptive in how much damage they'll do when uncontested on a tower.
Yeah, sometimes you feel like you could just ignore them and it won't be that bad, but it also can turn the entire game around. It makes sense why Hael was happy to take it in the right-hand lane because that's where he wants to pursue, and this left-hand lane is what he wants to defend. So keeping that cross-lane battle is always good so you don't get too big of a counter push to RG.
Yeah, ignoring a Royal Ghost is like ignoring kind of a funky mole. You're like, it might not be a problem, but you probably should go to the doctor.
It's getting harder. It's getting darker. And Giant Skeleton, just a little too far away, but is baiting out more elixir.
423 on the bottom right-hand lane. Hael looking to take game number 1 with a little bit more to get done here, though. And there you go. GG, well played. Hael takes game number 1.
I love the deck that Hael ran. I think that he played it incredibly smart. I love that he went for things that were supported by the changes in the balances without leaning so heavily specifically on just those cards, right?
Sure.
I mean, he did have Mighty Miner in there, but I didn't feel like he was abusing Mighty Miner. I felt like this entire game, he just played it really close to the chest, really smart. His Ram Riders weren't coming out that often, but when they did, they almost always got on tower.
I can't believe that one touched. That was the wacko one. And this was nicely defended here, but you're also giving away tons of poison value, and just like that, you go ahead to opposite lane for Ian, and you talked about it. The Royal Giants were a problem, and this was really nice. Yeah. I don't know if we can back that one up at all a little bit. That was the one that was the nice play that kind of broke this whole thing open. Thank you so much. If we can go back a little bit further than this one, you're going to see the, well, I don't know if that, oh, here we go. That's the one. There you go. This next Ram Rider is going to come through after this. I love this. All right, here we go.
I know, it's so nice to be able to do this.
Thank you. Kisses. So we're coming into the replay just a couple steps behind, but you see it's this play right here. The distraction of the Fish Boy low allows the Ram Rider to sneak on through, and that was a combination of getting the Royal Ghost to go visible and the Mighty Miner to switch lanes here. And that Fish Boy was just sitting there twirling his hook at nothing.
Yeah, I mean the synergy between the Mighty Miner and so many cards now. You saw it paired with the minions and getting a lot of good damage in. You've seen it paired with the Ram Rider and getting a lot of damage in. That timing is absolutely perfection coming out of Hael for most of that game. And Ian, I mean, while he made it relatively close for most of that, it just didn't feel like he was able to put the offenses together that he really wanted to. There was just maybe one less support card than he needed. He couldn't get on top of the Ewiz or the minions, what have you. But the minions plus the Ewiz did a really good job for Hael.
Here we go, game number 2, and Hael going to Royal Giant. And I guess that Royal Giant is just firmly going to stick. You know, I'd be curious to see what percentage of dual mode battles in competitive Royal Giant appears in on one or both sides. Like, but the numbers on all of those, because it feels like
80% of the time plus.
Yeah, easily.
And this deck here actually going to be really nice for Ian because he is going up against Archer Queen. That Monk going to be able to put in a lot of work. Obviously going to come down right now. This deck was the #1 mortar deck of last season if it has the goblins in it.
Why even pop the Queen ability when you see that Monk is there?
I couldn't tell you.
Because
I really couldn't.
Because it was a bad, because it was 2 elixir to make your queen die faster.
I think the only time that you want to do that is if your queen is coming up to the monk a little bit late, or he pops the ability a little early. If you hit that ability at the right time, she'll stop shooting long enough to stay alive and then get the ability off. That was not that situation.
Nope, not in the least. Dark Prince tanking here for the Archer Queen for a minute, and now she'll get the bird off the board. That's a much better situation for Hael, as now he gets the RG in front of our crowned lady, trying to break on through here, and does get some pretty good damage. 2380 to take the lead for Hael.
I like that Ian still defended intelligently there. He got the guards down first to make sure his monk didn't get pulled away, because the monk getting pulled away would have just been a GG well played. It would have been game over. Obviously, that's not the exact sequence that went down, and Ian still took damage for it, but it was still a very smart way to defend.
And there is a connection here. Let's see how well Ian can defend this mortar, and gets a couple of shots out of it, but not able to completely defend it. And
I was just going to say, I mean, since we can cheat, we can see where their elixir's at and where their hand's at. I really was hoping he'd send in a miner on top of this. He does. Now he should poison it to make sure that queen is gone. Man, I'm so good at this when they're I can see their cards.
Bye-bye, queen.
Our director is very impressed by us.
Yeah, no, he's flabbergasted at our skills.
I like what Hael does here, too. I mean, it's one of the things that AC said to me like a year ago now. He's like, when nothing is working and I don't know what to do, I just change lanes just to see what will happen, and it's not a bad piece of advice.
Sure. Especially getting away from that weak side tower, 1835 on the right-hand lane. About 250-ish separating. Right? No, 550. Man, I don't know why I keep saying 2s. About 550 separating. It's 2 and Brew.
Yeah, I was going to say 2 Zany at the top of the screen.
You know, it's because I got -2 on the course today. That's
okay,
why.
all right.
That's what it was.
Our director is also an avid disc golfer. I got my first birdie in front of people. That was exciting for me.
Congratulations. Royal Giant left-hand lane one more time. So this is going to be Hael's choice, is just to stick to this left-hand side and keep Ian from playing the game he wants to play.
Yeah, and for Ian, he's just chilling. He's having a good time. He has so many good responses to everything in Hael's deck, and he just needs to keep getting minor chip damage in, right? He can play so many different options of how he wants to stop this Royal Giant without even having to put that mortar down on the ground. And this RG gets a couple shots in. That's one of those situations where Ian's maybe trying to get a little too fancy for his own good, up by 700.
Yeah, Hael did that really. If we can pull that replay, because Hael did a good job of pulling the monk away to the middle with the fisherman, and then got the Archer Queen on the Phoenix, which forced the poison out and meant that Ian had to spend a lot more on the bridge fight than he wanted to. So even though Elixir in the whole is relatively similar, with how much Hael has on the board right now, he is creating a pretty good opportunity to steal this in our third. In our triple elixir portion.
And I also do love that Hael, and also kind of a testament to what you're just talking about, is he's doing a lot of if-then plays. If the monk is down, then the Archer Queen goes down the opposite lane. Yeah. If the monk gets pulled away, then the RG comes down. It's very reactive and intelligent plays, and he's actually kind of pulled himself back into the game here. That minor chip damage is becoming more and more insignificant, and that lead is getting smaller and smaller for Ian.
And now Monk and Mortar out on the right-hand side. Can the AQ get past the Monk? It cannot. 2 RGs, though, on this Mortar. Dark Prince trying to find a little bit more way through.
Nice log plus Dark Prince.
Ooh, RG trying to get some on the right-hand side. Can't do it. Dark Prince does connect, though. 1139, 1578. This does feel like the end. Dark Prince picked up by the guards, and it looks like we are going to a game number 3. Ian holding strong. Let's do it. 1-1. One more will decide it.
Yeah, really, really nice plays from both of these guys. And honestly, when you talk about the macro of the game, I think they both did it exactly correctly. Ian stayed in the one lane where it was working. He was able to get damage in with that mortar connection early on. Minor chip was coming through. He was getting great poison value. And then, like we talked about, Hael didn't know what to do. He changed lanes. And then from that moment on, they both did what they needed, except for obviously Hael came a little bit short because of that great work that Ian put in early and the fact that he was still always looking for that extra extra 3 elixir to get just a miner on the board. Just a miner, nothing else. Even if the miner gets caught, you're at least baiting out elixir where you don't want it played, which is up at the bridge.
And this was that sequence. If we look at that sequence one more time, this was very, very nice from Hael. This was had the potential for him to be able to break through in this moment. You see the fish boy pulled the monk to the right hand to the center, and then the archer queen goes to the outside there. And it's the log that saves this royal giant from getting more than 2 shots. That could have been a lot more. The poison and just enough to get the archer queen off. This is the one that the whole reason why that game was close was that sequence right there.
And that kind of caters to what I was talking about with Hael playing the if-then game. And it was like, if that monk's pulled to the center, then my AQ has to come down in the same lane to support my royal giant. She's just far enough away to actually be impactful. And it's actually kind of interesting. I think it's happened already twice where we've seen Archer Queen run into Monk. I think we've seen that in this set, in the prior set, when I haven't really seen Monk at all. I see it so rarely when I'm watching high-level gameplay or even when I'm playing. They're two very different things, high-level gameplay and when I'm playing. But we've seen Monk now in the best spot twice.
Yeah, and that's the way you're supposed to get it done. Sorry, a little distracted here. I found a very important word.
Yes!
Game number 3 is going to be actually live and not pre-recorded. We got them to hold on and stop and wait for a minute, so we'll get to actually see them play out game number 3. Which I'm very excited. You know, it's not we don't have the advantage of knowing literally all the things that happen before they happen.
I'm going to get 35% dumber
Yeah,
when we go into this last game, but I am very, very excited. I'm also kind of curious, just based off of what we've seen in this set, I don't really have a favorite, right? It doesn't feel like it's really leaning in either of their directions. I think they both put together, I mean, they both won with Royal Giant, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of working.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. They both won with Royal Giant. I'm trying to bring up the last 2 games here. So I know the last games I'm seeing for Ian. All right, so we have Ian played RG in game number 1 with Lightning, and then he played the Mortar Miner Poison. So Poison, Log, Barb Barrel, and Lightning all out on Ian's side. On the other side with Hael, it's Poison, Barb Barrel, a Log, and Fireball. So Lightning's still live.
Is guards out for both of them or just for Ian?
Guards out just for Ian. It was Skeletons played.
So Log, guards, Poison, Barb Barrel, E-Spirit, all these great ways to clean up either pups or skellies. Not a bad idea, you know? Could be somewhere to go there. A lot of Swarm that is not available to get cleaned up based off of what's already been played. And when you talk about Ian, you talk about Bait. Bait is popular again. Ian hasn't yet. Did he use Mighty Miner in game 1? He hasn't used Mighty Miner yet.
No, that's true.
That's what I want. I want it. I want Mighty Miner Bait in game number 3. Give it to me, Ian. Or Hog. I'll just watch you play Hog anytime. But
Barb Barrel and Log both out?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's legit.
I can see that. And then if you're on the other side of it, maybe you go to like Arrows, Recruits, Royal Hogs, right? Because then you still have small spells to help clean up. You have a way to kind of set the line against the Mighty Miner with the Recruits. We'll find out. And Ian does not go to Bait, but he goes to Drill.
Drill right into a Valk.
Could be Drill Wall Breakers.
Could be. Especially with the Snowball.
Snowbrawl.
Coming
this winter.
How have they not come up with that yet? Hey, Rick, Max, you guys owe me royalties on that one, all right?
Yeah.
Snowbrawl.
They're going to make it a thing. I mean, it's too good not to.
It's so good, but it also feels like, should that be for Brawl Stars, though? You know what I mean?
Either way, I want my cut.
Yep.
So we do see Hog, but it's not played by the Hog Master. And Ian, he decides to go Drill Wall Breakers, which, again, like I said, I saw Ian playing a good amount of Wall Breakers. Not this version. But I do love that he also came out with Bomb Tower just in case Hogs were played because they have been very popular.
It's so interesting that Goblins, a nice Snowball there, and better Mighty Miner. Interesting that Goblins now have become the true cycle card for Hog, where for a long time you'd see Goblins occasionally in there in lieu of Skeletons had they been played. And yes, Hael did already play Skeletons, but in some ways, yes, you lower your cycle, or you raise your cycle cost a little bit, but those Goblins can be valuable with that extra Goblin now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 0.1 elixir difference usually when you talk about that cycle, and the ability of the Goblins is so much greater than that of the Skeletons. When you're just specifically talking about even just small spells and how important that is when you talk about playing those Goblins defensively. And also, you can't play Skeletons at the bridge and create any pressure. You can play Goblins at the bridge. It's something that I've seen Morten talk about a bunch in his videos. If you don't have a better play, playing 2 elixir Goblins at the bridge will bait something out and give you an insight to what your opponent is playing.
Valk picked up here by the Mighty Miner as I revel in the advice of Morton, which is usually never wrong. Now I'm thinking about that for later. Doesn't get the Musk there. And that's going to be a nice sequence overall for Hael. Forces out a whole lot more, and the Hog doesn't get a hit. But either way, Hael able to do quite a bit of damage, or quite a bit of pressure overall, but now the pressure in the opposite direction.
Yeah, I mean, that Fire Spirit coupled with the Musketeer to get it behind the Valk, clean up the bats, it was all beautiful, but also a great recovery by Ian.
And now EQ's going to work against this bomb tower. Hog does get a hit this time, 2028.
That is one of the more frustrating things about that Mighty Miner is obviously his range is so small and it takes a while for that sizzle to get big enough. If you don't place him perfectly, he can allow an additional 1 or even 2 shots sometimes because he has to travel.
Remember when the P.E.K.K.A. was practically a range troop?
When it was killing people across the bridge?
Yeah, that was so crazy.
Those are good times. Mother Witches could solo towers. I mean, not Mother Witches, regular witches could solo towers. There's been good moments in our history.
Good is a word you could say out loud.
Barb Hut, anybody?
Ooh, look at this. The goblins do come out, though, and stop the wall breakers in their tracks. Hog to the right-hand side. This time, Muskie a little more protected. Snowball goes to help the Hog Rider.
And it will get a hit.
Wow.
Yeah. Double snowballs out, and 2 Muskie shots? No, just 1 for Hael. Ian doing everything he can to try to create offense, but he's still just bleeding out in the bottom right-hand side of your screen.
Yeah, this is a tough situation for him, and he's going to go ahead and just eat most of that. Can't eat it all.
That's crazy. Almost perfect Fire Spirit, but still not bad. Going to keep that Musketeer very, very healthy.
And that bomb tower just barely got there in time. How much does Ian spend on defending the left-hand lane? Has to go ahead and defend the pig first. Hog Rider should be able to get 1 shot here. Does the gang stop it? No, it doesn't.
Wow, I thought that Fire Spirit was going to connect. This is getting tough for Ian, and that Valkyrie going to get 2 shots in on the left-hand side.
Does the drill get on the tower for 1 goblin? No, Valk stops it. Snowball again here. Hog Rider going to have to be stopped by the Snowball. Pulls high for the Fire Spirit. This is, you saw the crying emoji early from Ian. This is probably what he was talking about. Fireball in. Does the Valk get turned away? And it doesn't. Snowball. Can it make room? No, it doesn't.
No way. It's just so difficult to stop these hog pushes for Ian. There's like almost no way around it when you talk about the Snowball and the Earthquake both coming down every single time. I mean, what is he going to do? Like, there's really not a good way to defend. Because the Earthquake and the Snowball can clean up the Goblins, it's going to clean up the Bomb Tower. If the Mighty Miner comes down, it's going to be too far away. It's going to still allow a hit. It's so tough to defend.
You have to know that Ian has played that Hog deck about 1,000,000 times.
Yep.
So he probably saw that and was like, oh, I win this matchup every time?
Yep.
Every? Is that the number I'm looking for? The proportion? And then he was like, yeah, sorry, sad face. I'm going to go play a different thing next year.
And that, you know, it's funny because you and I, again, I was gushing over this deck that Ian was playing, not the same version as this, but has similar pieces. And one of the things I told you is like, I think I figured out my matchup against Hog Rider, but it's very difficult.
Yeah.
It really
That's right,
is. Because you talk about most Hog Rider decks will have a Logger, a Snowball to clean up your Swarm troops, and that Mighty Miner just isn't super impactful when cleaning up a Hog Rider push.
Ouch is the best word on behalf of Ian77. Of course, he's had his days overall in Clash Royale, but today is not one of them. Hael, with a nice round 1 win, puts himself into the money portion of this competition. Minimum 500 guaranteed for him now. And I guess the big question is going to be, can he find a way to balance his school obligations with his Clash Royale competitive career and continue success like we just saw?
I mean, one of the most impressive things is taking that much time off and coming out this strong against someone like Ian. That was a great set, Glitter.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he's able to now carry that momentum through the rest of the bracket. But that was a huge matchup that we got to witness there. Congratulations to Hael for making it through to quarterfinals. But we have one more that we need to talk about and some matches that have been going on in the background. So we're going to fill everybody in on everything that's been going on. Now, while we watched that match, we had Sweep versus Andre. Sweep coming on a top 2-1 on the top half of that bracket up there. Then we had Mini versus Venpers. Mini coming out on top down there at the bottom. We just watched Hael go through, and now we're on to the very last matchup in this portion, at least, between Oscar and Air Surfer.
And this is no slight on anyone on this bracket that's already been eliminated, but when you look at our quarterfinals, it looks exactly the way I think that you would have drawn it up if you were a betting man.
Yeah, it's pretty much down the line there. I mean, look, you have like Hael Ian was the coin flip here, right? But other than that, yeah, it's pretty much up and down. But talking about our next one, will it be a spoiler night on behalf of Oscar, who, of course, has appeared here before in the ESL Snapdragon Pro Series in our Split 2 of last season and Split 1 of this season. Both times, though, falling out before he got to our finals here in our top 16, top 20 is his best finish so far. 8K personal best, but can he get by the best that America has to offer, an OG in Air Surfer?
I mean, this is one of those guys, even when you look at their accomplishments on Royale API, Air Surfers needs like 4 ledgers, right? And then you've got our boy on the other side with Oscar, who has 2 achievements, both being here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. I mean, this is what it's all about. When you get better at the game, when you get higher on ladder, when you get deeper in grand challenges, you start to see, oh, number 127 in ladder, oh, number 4, you start to see all those achievements. If you want to be the best in the world, you got to beat the best, and that's exactly what Air Surfer is. He's a guy that if you are a fan of the competitive scene of Clash Royale, you've been watching him for almost half of a decade. This is a big first-round matchup for Oscar.
I guess this is probably the appropriate time to do the era of everyone, okay? Because just because Air Surfer hasn't played here before doesn't mean that he doesn't have the experience. But like you were kind of saying, Oscar, relatively new here, played here a couple times, but generally in the scene, newer, might be able to make a name for himself. So we'll have to see if that's what plays out, because this matchup is ready to go. Yeah,
and we also got to see if Air Surfer can ride that wave from World Finals to carry it on through the year and take a dub here in his first appearance here at the Snapdragon Pro Series.
We see what you did there.
That's a big shout out to Glitter for that one.
Yeah, can he wax that board well enough to keep his feet stuck to it as he tries to find himself right in the barrel? And can Oscar, you have to imagine Oscar knows who he's up against if he's competing in this tournament, if he's made it this far.
Did I say complexity earlier?
Yes, TSM was his first season.
Yeah. I know.
But he did play on complexity.
I know.
Yeah.
I just left TSM out, I think.
Well,
it's
never
okay.
mind. Can Oscar
Shout
get
out
over
to Fire Surfer?
Woohoo! And interesting, you talked about the Mighty Miner plus Goblin Hut combination.
Yeah.
That was in that Miner deck we were discussing earlier, the one you've referenced a little bit here and there. The synergy between these two and the new and improved Goblin Hut certainly valuable. Will Air Surfer able to break past it? So far looking pretty darn good here.
Yeah, he takes a good amount of damage here, and he doesn't have much elixir to show for it. Damage in both directions, not too bad. I am very curious to see how Oscar is going to use this. See, the thing that I have to see when I first look at this is Goblin Hut is recently buffed. So is Mighty Miner. Royal Hogs are really popular, and they're strong right now in the meta because of those things changing. I like that Oscar's going, look, I'm playing against one of the best in the world. Let me lean into what's the absolute strongest in the game. If this competition was happening a month ago like it did, and they were both here and those cards were available, I'd say Oscar should open up with Monk Phoenix. We're in that type of situation.
And there goes the Mighty Skater, I guess I'll call him now.
Yeah, it feels like it.
It's crazy how fast he is. Also, his muscles feel like they flex a lot more when you watch him move. He looks buffer carrying that thing so quickly.
He's moving twice as fast.
There you go, getting that cardio in. And Hunter does not reach the last Goblin. He's the second shot here. Skelly's there to protect the Hunter, maybe. And do they do a good enough job? Yes, they do.
Nice.
Very nicely done by Air Surfer. And now he has to contend with both the pigs and the flying machine. Does not fireball here at all, instead chooses to defend with troops, picking up the flying machine damage. Mighty Miner will be in a bit of trouble here, but overall able to avoid the big chunk, but has fallen behind a bit in the elixir race. And now we'll see Oscar decide to take advantage of that and split his 6-man 3-3 in the back.
You know, Air Surfer's playing this really well, but it feels like he's feeling very awkward. Like when you're watching the way that he's playing, the way that he's defending, it just doesn't feel like he's able to play the defenses the way that he would like to. And maybe that's fixing the cycle. Maybe that's adjusting to this new kind of meta deck that we are seeing here with the Mighty Miner plus the recruits plus that Goblin Hut.
Well, you see right there, able to actually get the Fireball onto the Flying Machine plus Zappies, which is exactly the kind of thing that he wants to happen. The clog of these recruits is really annoying for him, though, right? What they do to the Fishermen, the way they're able to chunk down damage-wise, the Fireball doesn't mean much to them because of the shield. It is kind of maybe the most frustrating card in this matchup for him.
Yeah, I just think it's incredibly awkward for him to try to just defend. I mean, you got nothing that really does great splash damage that can get through all of that. And then when you talk about that log coming down, I think he's been using it early on and then like using it twice every single defense is what he kind of has to do here.
Maybe he'll log some of these, maybe make enough room for the RG, might save it for the hut to pop instead.
And Air Surfer just lets his Mighty Miner go.
And there you go, saves it for the pop on the Goblin Hut. Oscar stacking here, and this Fireball might make things a little bit complicated, forces the Mighty Miner out high to keep the Hunter alive.
I will say the Hunter work from Air Surfer has been great. It's been one of the things that's keeping him in this game, but he's still just really struggling to break through all this.
And you saw he hoped he could maybe get Tower plus Goblins there. Wasn't going to happen. Fireball on the left-hand lane, going to get some more touches from those pig snouts on the left-hand side. 20 seconds left, and we have disconnected on our end.
It's so difficult to defend perfectly with that Mighty Miner. It's almost like Mighty Miner plus log and the Mighty Miner bomb ability has to be used if you're going to try to defend that way. Otherwise, it just takes too much elixir and doesn't get enough damage in to clean those piggies up in time.
I'm going to go ahead and announce what happened at the end. Oh, wait. That was a unique thing.
It was a jump there. Looks like we came back, and it was Oscar who came out on top, and that's what you were going to say.
Yes, I was going to say, I was going to cast the things that we couldn't see, and clearly it was Oscar winning in dramatic fashion, very fast here. And taking a look at some of the action from this one early on, and a lot of this, that was a good chunk early by Air Surfer, and that was the most significant chunk he really got.
Yeah. I mean, when you look at the way that he's trying to defend or create offense, I mean, I think the thing is he was kind of able to figure out how to defend like 80% of the damage every push, but he was never able to get really any damage of his own past that initial bit that came in because the Goblin Hut has just enough HP, but then you get the Goblins coming out of it, you have the recruits piling up, the Zappies to slow stun, just a really frustrating spot for Air Surfer to be in. It's one of those times when if you're playing on ladder, you run into this deck twice, you swap out Poison, and then you start running into Fireball bait again.
Yeah.
Right? Like, because it felt like Poison would have been a lifesaver for Air Surfer here, but that's not the way this deck works.
Fireball out on both sides, Mighty Miner out on both sides. So very interesting to see what that opens up as things go on. And of course, the Flying Machine, not in a ton of decks. I actually like, obviously there's a lot of things that don't cross over on either side. But I do like that for Oscar, a lot of this deck doesn't really appear anywhere else.
Yeah, you know, and that's kind of what I was saying at the beginning about, I mean, not that it doesn't appear anywhere else, but just about the cards that he picked. I really love that he picked cards that are really strong right now, that are recently buffed. He kind of knows how to abuse them because he's played with them before, but defending them is really, really difficult when you're still trying to figure it out exactly. You're still trying to figure out the mechanics of that Goblin Hut. And, you know, you saw Air Surfer continually log that Goblin Hut plus the Goblin spawning it off the board. And maybe that's the right thing to do. Maybe it's the wrong thing to do. I almost think it's too early on in the meta to know exactly how to play through that matchup.
That's a good point there with that newly improved Goblin Hut. And, you know, you talk about that play, just play the gobs right at the bridge, force out a response, and we saw that. And Oscar going for matchup here with the Electro Giant play. We'll see if that does end up paying off. We'll pull those Zappies in nice and close when he gets a chance.
Yeah, and two things. First of all, Air Surfer very happy to probably have the Monk to push back this Electro Giant, and then to kind of piggyback on your point that you were talking about with those Goblins at the beginning, when Bomber was the first card out, there's only like 3 decks that you regularly see Bomber in, and that's already taken this massive deck pool down to just 3 just by playing those Goblins, which is why the pros love doing it so much.
Mother Witch to flip stuff around, and this is going to put some nice pressure on the right-hand side. Zappies to control, But of course, Golden Knight goes ahead and dashes all the way to tower. And just like that, lead for Oscar.
This is going to be an interesting matchup in terms of that Electro Giant and how it actually is going to get on top of tower. With the Zappies, with the Tombstone, with the pushback from the Monk, the fact that this deck is relatively cheap and that you can go opposite lane with the Graveyard if you want. There's so many things that can happen, but of course, you have Graveyard, there's a Mother Witch and a Bomber. That's never fun.
Yeah, and I think that really interesting read here from Oscar. Basically, this is just, he sees the Fish Boy is gone, right? Sees Fish Boy and maybe Hunter, even though, you know, Hunter still gets some in trouble with the Electro Giant, but sees Fish Boy gone and goes, okay, well, I can break past a building as long as Fish Boy is not pulling me all the way around. So really nice deck pick choice here from Oscar.
And that building comes out to defend. Golden Knight can dash to it. We'll see. No, Oscar decides not to. Lets the E-Giant do its work on its own. And there's the dash that he was trying to pull off, but doesn't get perfectly. That could have been really devastating if he did, though.
Yeah, that would have been quite a bit. Either way, he does get to reset here into this right-hand lane where he wants to play. 28.88 to 29.97 on the right-hand side as that lightning goes and makes my math completely wrong.
Yeah, and that lightning coming out, it's interesting because Air Surfer is actually, he's, again, like still down in Elixir when you talk about what's on the board. It feels like for this entire set, he's been playing with less Elixir than his opponent.
What is the reasoning why the Monk doesn't reflect Inferno Dragon?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess because it's a melee attack or something.
But is it?
Yeah, I know. I almost get angry when my Monk gets attacked by Zappies because Zappies is melee. You know, and that's why the Monk doesn't reflect it. That's why the Zappies counter it so well, and it's incredibly frustrating.
Do people know the definition of melee? I am very curious about how that word, like if you picked up a sword and, you know what I mean? If you're like, I picked up a bow, I guess the Magic Archer's melee too. All right,
there it
here
is.
we go.
All right. And Graveyard comes in. There's an ocean of Zappies at the bridge, which is hilarious to me. And Oscar is just done. He's like, I can't defend this. There's no way. Beautiful overwhelm there by Air Surfer. And that is exactly what Air Surfer does. Complete control, overwhelm at the end.
Ocean of Zappies either sounds like a Clash Royale painting or a Clash Royale indie band.
I was going to say, I think it's a sweet band name.
Yeah. So there you go. There's that Golden Knight going all the way across. And this was the push that could have been the game changer, but wasn't quite it. And then here we go. The Ocean of Zappies. And at this point, Oscar just goes, can you stop? Let's just stop. Let's stop the game. And he just, that wasn't telling you to stop the replay. He was just, that's what Oscar wanted to have happen. Oscar wanted the game to stop and be over. And then it did, and now we're on to game number 3.
You got to give credit to our replay guy, though. I mean, you know, the person in the booth just completely on top of it. You say stop, it absolutely stops. Interesting deck draw in game number 2 from King Oscar. You called it at the very beginning. He's looking for matchup here. You know, you're talking about some of the things that aren't in. Fisherman's not in. I can get through a building. I don't know about playing this deck against Air Surfer, right? Because you are literally relying only on matchup. There's no outplayability here, at least in my mind, with this type of deck against Air Surfer.
But do you think you have outplayability against Air Surfer?
Probably.
Right?
I don't.
That's the other half of it, right? Is like, if I were going up against Air Surfer, I would first break his phone, and then secondly, try to pick a deck that I didn't think he would think I would play that went for big matchup. Those are the two things
and you're 100% right. You really are. I mean, and we've heard people talk about this when they're going up against, I mean, you see people post about it on Twitter when they're facing Mohamed Light or something like that in their first round. Just like, hope that I get 100 zeros and I'll probably still lose. That's the type of situation. So I guess that's maybe what Oscar's going for here. It makes sense in game number 1, abusing the most powerful cards, or at least the most used cards right now, most successful. And then in game number 2, going for something that is completely unpredictable, right? I mean, you know, I think, you know, we talked about those goblins at the bridge and seeing Bomber out first play. It's great for Air Surfer there because he can really narrow that down to only a handful of decks. And then when he sees E-Giant, I bet you felt like that was just an easy cruising on to game number 3.
And with Lightning out on the side of Oscar, and then, of course, also the recruits out, it does feel like this is an opportunity for the Archer Queen. The question is, does Air Surfer go a different direction? So game number 1, it's Oscar playing the Fireball bait variant with the Royal Recruits and Mighty Miner plus Goblin Hut. Game number 2, E-Giant with all the accoutrement that normally come with it. Game number 2 for Air Surfer was the Graveyard we just saw. Bird out, Monk out. Game number 1 was also Royal Giant. So, you're trying to think about the plays on both sides. With Nado out for Oscar, the more obvious plays on the side of Air Surfer are either Miner or Hog. Those are the two really obvious ones.
Yeah, I really like Air Surfer going to some form of Miner control. The tough thing is he doesn't have Fireball or Poison, right? So then you have to figure out, do I want to go Miner with Nado and Rocket, or do I want to go Miner with Arrows and Zap? Like, there's ways to get around it, or Miner with maybe Arrows and Snowball. But running a Mortar deck right now and having complete control and being able to get Miners in there, I actually wouldn't mind seeing Air Surfer do that because he is so good with it and it's such a great control deck.
Well, let's see. Does Oscar maybe go Graveyard here? No Nado. Can't go Splash Yard, which would have been nice. Snowball out for Oscar. Arrows out the opposite direction for Air Surfer. And Oscar maybe going to RG here.
Air Surfer could be going to the skies. He could also still be running a weird Skeleton King, like Dark Goblin Mortar deck, Miner. And it is to the skies. Yeah,
wow.
I mean, you see arrows, you see Skeleton King, it feels like that's the best way to go, and that's exactly what he does.
Poison out, Fireball out. What is the third spell from Oscar? Or what is the second spell from Oscar here?
Air Surfer takes that Bandit Dash and is trying to turn this into a big push. AQ putting in work. Electro Wizard going to be there to help clean everything up. And yeah, I was going to say, does he have the Miner? And it does. Great calls.
So it is a Miner variation, Lava Miner, rather than Miner cycle deck. And with so many cycle cards like Log and Skelly's out, you understand it. That's a lot of sizzle there from the Inferno Dragon. So despite Oscar landing some blows with that Bandit Dash, 24-14, it's 20-14. That's a 400 HP difference specifically.
Well, it was, but at least you got it in right time
before.
as the Royal Ghost gives Oscar the lead, and this is fine, right? You're working in the same left-hand lane. Air Surfer's got Lava Hound. He's got a lot of great bait cards. There is E-Wiz, Snowball, Royal Ghost, and Poison to help clean up a lot of those pups, a lot of the Skellies, whether it's from the Skeleton King or the Skarmy. We'll see how this plays out. Not a bad matchup for either of them.
And Lava plus Loon. Ram Rider going to try to slow down the Loon push here. But AQ still fully distracted. Snowball going to help, and that AQ switches to the Balloon. And stops most of that damage from getting its way in.
And the Ram Rider goes coast to coast with the connection. Add in that Poison there. Damage lead still in Oscar's favor. I don't know if I love the Poison, but I'm okay with it. Just felt like maybe a little bit more than he needed to spend.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see if he can keep the pressure on. Of course, he is playing bridge spam, so,
yeah, true.
you know. Can he win this bridge fight and break through? That Bandit dashes to nothing, courtesy of a Snowball clearing out the Skarmy beforehand. Loaded Skeleton King. Does it pop here?
I love that Poison because there's just no big spell here in Air Surfer's side. You can just load things up, AQ, E-Wiz plus the Poison, then we get Skeleton Dragons pushing this Balloon to the opposite lane.
And no connection there for the Balloon, but the Ram Rider does once again go the full length of the field as we go into sudden death overtime. Oscar does have the lead on the bottom left-hand side, 11:36 to 14:38. Plus the dual lane pressure with that 1988 on the right-hand side. Add some more to that with that Bandit Dash.
Yeah, that's a great Bandit. No Skarmy's out of cycle. Skeleton Dragons have to come down. Now we see the Lava getting placed in front of the Inferno and the Skeleton King, but Skeleton King doesn't really have any souls. Still uses the defensive Poison, though. Great decision-making here by Oscar, but that Lava Hound is very healthy, Rich.
And nice Skarmy there just to keep the Archer Queen engaged up high. Just let that Lava Hound do what it's doing. And that connection was really big. It's not quite enough to give the game to Oscar yet. He has to defend a little bit longer. You see Air Surfer now gonna just go ahead and go ham here at the bridge. That's a nice Bandit though, and this might be getting away from America's Best.
That was just a beautiful last-second snowball from Oscar. He's going to take this set. I mean, I think that Ram Rider's on. Yeah,
yep.
That was a perfect snowball on that second-to-last Ram Rider. It came in just in time, allows the big connection. Air Surfer still has to overspend. So much spell value being taken over and over and over by Oscar. Great way to start his run today.
Yeah, great indeed. And You know, this is really fascinating because you see, you were talking about the possibility of Air Surfer going to the skies. Poison, arrows, and delivery all still in the game. The 3 most common ways to clean up against a Lava Hound. He goes that way and gets punished for it.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I really did feel like maybe a minor control deck with more would have been the better way to go. You know, he would have had something to pull that Ram Rider in. I mean, obviously, hindsight is 2020. You know, usually those decks have more swarm units on the ground to help deal with the pressure there. But King Oscar doing a really good job. And I always love seeing this. And big shout out to Stats Royale for providing us with all this information. What I love to see is the 0 next to a card played. You recognize it has no place in the matchup. Don't play it. And so often, and I'm guilty of doing this too, I see a card in my hand, it's been in my hand for like 3 or 4 cycles all the way around. I'm like, I need to play it. It's in the I can't just play 7 cards, but you can. And Oscar did it right here against one of the best in the world and comes out on top.
GG, well played for
Really
Oscar,
well played.
taking out definitely one of the possible favorites in the overall tournament. Man, you were asking for some upsets. We finally get one here in our last match of the first round.
You know, everybody loves a little bit of an underdog story, right? Because now everyone's eyes are going to be on Oscar, continuing on through the bracket. I mean, we talk about it. I said it before we came in. Era of everyone, okay? Right? No offense, okay? But you both were pretty hyped on Air Surfer.
I mean, how could you not be? And but then if I'm Oscar, this is what I'm saying. This is what a great way to start your career.
Yeah, I mean that's one of those things where you're going like, oh well, it's Mike Tyson fighting against a grasshopper. Yeah, it's Mike Tyson versus Andrew Guy. Why I'm really hyped on Mike Tyson in this one. Shocker. That's it. It's look, Air Surfer got caught. He made what I think was a questionable decision in the final game. This is a game where matchup plays a role into it. Oscar made some great calls, got the win, and you know what? When they play next time, I'll still bet for Air Surfer, but I'll give Oscar a bit more of his flowers.
In this fantasy, did I knock out Mike Tyson? Is that how this played out?
That's what it sounded like to me.
Basically, yeah.
And I was about to say that you guys are so rarely wrong. I have to tease you a little bit when we get an upset as we check back in on our finalized bracket. Okay, now this was the 16. Our first 8 matches, they are now done. We have our quarterfinals now set with some very, very scary names.
Yeah, BFist and Brew is going to be a banger. That's a lot of B's all said in one sentence. Boom Clown up against Sweep. I couldn't get more excited about that one. And then, you know, I didn't realize that Arden and Hael, both 19s.
I was going to say, the Clan 19 tag there, they're going to be going up against each other. And, of course, to close out our quarterfinals, Oscar, our Cinderella story, going up against a world finalist in Mini.
I am excited to get into all of it. But before we do, we're going to send it to a quick break. But don't go anywhere because our quarterfinal matchups start right when we return.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. We just wrapped up our first 8 matches and our quarterfinals are just moments away. Upsets happening right at the tail end of that as we take a look back at the bracket here and see exactly who has made their way through to quarterfinals. We're going to be starting at the top of the bracket. We're going to be kicking things off with BFist versus Brew, but I think every single one of these quarterfinals matchups is going to be a banger.
Oh yeah, this is a phenomenal lineup we have for our quarterfinals. So one little like outlier there that could be fascinating.
Yeah.
But overall, this really is 7 of the best players in North America and an 8th looking to play spoiler for a second time tonight.
Yeah, and Oscar really one of those guys that after a great showing can maybe put that on his belt and come back in, again, 2023 and be like, hey, look at what I did at the end of the year. Watch out for me.
Yes, sir.
Have to wait and see. I'm excited for it, but we're kicking things off with BFist versus Brew first. BFist versus the defending champion. It's going to be a good one.
I mean, BFist, he was playing against Giraffe in round number 1. Giraffe, another one of the names out there that was a bit kind of more unknown. He does have some accomplishments. But what I do want to say here, obviously BFist, a ladder god, one of the best in the world with Expo. Rich, he played Expo in game number 1 against Giraffe, and it was dominance. Expo's back. It feels like it's in the meta again.
Is it? Please don't tell me that. Is it just that BFist did it and he knew things were happening? Oh, that's going to hurt a lot of people's emotions. Look, here, one thing I'll say is BFist known for Expo, but also I'd say BFist might have be a contender for most improved player of 2022.
Yeah.
He's turned from a well-known one-trick to a guy who we have expectations of significant competitive success in 2023. On top of all of that, he's coming out of the Dead Safio Legends team event, where he got first place as part of Team Pompeo, and it was an instrumental part of that. So BFist stock up in 2022.
Yeah, I think that you really kind of hit the nail on the head there with exactly what we're expecting out of BFist. And Brew, who knows? We could be having this exact same conversation. It feels like maybe he's just like one tier, maybe 10% lower on the rung than BFist. I mean, you talk about the ladder finish, that's a different thing, 1 versus 17, but we are in competitive play. This is not one trick city, and like you said, BFist has expanded his deck pool. Well, Brew came out and did it very, very well. He leaned into the Mighty Miner in game number 1, playing Mortar Control with Musketeer, no surprise there, one of the most popular in the game. Then in game number 2, he decided to go back to what was super popular just a few weeks, I mean, honestly, just a week ago. He went Monk and Phoenix, but he decided to throw in Royal Hogs instead. And then to close out the day, and we've been saying this for quite some time now, Royal Giant domination.
Royal Giant all over the place. Well, of course, they have to go ahead and get into the mix, and that'll happen in just a moment. Question for you.
Oh, God.
Right? Do we see Expo again?
Yes.
There you go. That is the wrong choice.
I'm so sorry.
She got it wrong.
It's gonna happen though.
But I baited a trap.
You gave me the opportunity. Okay?
Look, it was a 50-50 shot. It was 50. You could have said maybe. Maybe would have actually been the safe call, but yeah, no.
He's going to run in game 1 again now, Glitter.
What if she gets it right and I'm just egg all over my face?
That was her prediction.
That's what I'm saying. And that means we also need to check back in with chat, okay? Because it's the top of the quarterfinals. So this is the perfect time to see what chat has to say. Let us know in that poll down below in Twitch chat what you think. Not even about the match anymore. Are we going to see an expo? You know, it's because everyone just make Rich mad.
Yeah.
That's the goal right now.
Yeah.
Chat's good at that.
Yes.
Oh, they're phenomenal. That's one of their best skills overall. We'll see. I mean, look, I'm very curious if BFist was ran it because he knew he was up against like comparatively lesser competition.
That's fair. I mean, I feel like if you're going to run it at all today, you had to run it in round 1, looking at the rest of the trajectory for your day.
Was he trying to get content for his YouTube channel, known for Expo on the YouTube channel too? Also, that's a possible choice as well. But either way, he has to come out against a much more dangerous opponent here in Bruzani. But actually, I'm going to go ahead and I can't DM him right now because he's probably getting ready for the match. I wonder if Magma is back in Brew's corner.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah, I mean, that is actually a really good question, right? I mean, Brew doing, first of all, again, I love that interview that he gave us. He was incredibly humble, but one of the first things he did was give love to his analyst, and maybe that will help him carry through the rest of the day, as we did say goodbye to Magma just a moment ago, and now we'll say goodbye to Glitter.
Okay, bye.
Don't you dare, BFist. Okay.
Would have made me so happy.
What if it is Mighty Miner Bow? As the Mighty Miner meets the bridge spam, and nope, it's going to be Royal Giant.
Royal Giant with Mighty Miner. Mighty Miner comes down up high. Wow, that was a weird interaction. Bandit dash backwards to the Mighty Miner while getting pulled away with the Fisherman. All the while, the Royal Giant getting damage in on that right-hand side, but now a Ram Rider complete. Oh, wow. That is a lot on the board.
Oh, boy. And Snowball will make it even worse.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, boy. BFist, stop that.
Maybe
stop it from. Nope.
Should have played Expo in game 1.
Oh, boy.
Okay, so this is another thing that you and I were talking about. I was saying how Mighty Miner, with how strong he is and how fast he is, it's interesting because it feels like you can start to win Clash Royale games in a minute.
Yeah.
And that's something that has always been a part of the game, but it's like very seldom happened. If you get a good Mighty Miner play early on, it's something that's been happening a lot for me lately, just because that Mighty Miner, you misplay one defense, he's so tanky and he does so much DPS, and BFist is already down in game 1. I mean, I can't imagine he takes a tower here.
Yeah, that would be kind of a shocker, because he then is going to have to contend with any sort of on the other side of the board defense, but we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. We have to play another minute, 20 seconds. But if I'm BFist, I'm going to try one last big push and then maybe regroup here and get ready for game number 2.
And if I'm Brew, I'm going to stack everything I can exactly in this left-hand lane. No matter what, no matter how much damage he takes, he just can't take the tower. And that's got to be the mentality. He could do 1,000, he could do 2,000, whatever, but just stack that left-hand lane. Protect yourself.
And Mega Knight gets pulled. Bandit plus Ghost working on the RG, and that's just one shot for the Royal Ghost. Hunt, Fish, Go, Boom, trying to pull everything in to the Hunter.
Hunt, Fish, Go, Boom. That's like my new favorite thing I've never heard. I don't know how I haven't, but I love it. And there's the MK coming down. RG going to get shots in. This is still okay because, like I said, you could take 2,000. You could even take 2,500. It doesn't matter. Just don't lose the tower.
And that's going to be a Ram Rider trying to sneak on through everything. Snowball making some more room. Lots of things exploding.
I don't love the Bandit in the pocket, but I don't think it's the end of the world. I think that's one of those situations where you don't need to be offensive at all after that big push dies. Just reset for defense. Not going to be a situation, though. 10 seconds remaining, and this is an easy, early one, game number 1 for Brew.
Yeah, that was just, I don't know if anyone told BFist that Mighty Miners do a lot of damage, but Mighty Miner plus the bird go ahead on the right-hand side. And the Ram Rider, yeah, that whole thing was just kaboom.
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating because as things kind of slowly unravel at the beginning of the game, okay, and here we go. So we can see, like, where does the mistake come in?
Oh,
I guess that was it. It's weird because they were, like, pretty even in Elixir. It seemed like he was defending well, but there was just a moment where there was just a little bit too much spent by BFist, and maybe it was just the RG in general. Maybe the Royal Giant that early on was just a mistake.
Yeah, and that might have been it. Well, you know, people can go back on the stream. You can probably rewind, I'm guessing. I don't know if those settings, depending on where you're watching, if you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube or if you are recording this on your DVR or your TiVo.
Wow, TiVo. I was hoping you said TiVo.
You're recording this on some outdated platform.
Some parents' ears just perked up.
Yes. If you're filling up the TiVo with all that Clash game stuff.
So no use of the big spells here at all. And I'm a little surprised. I mean, again, Brew didn't need ever, but there was that big kind of pile up towards the end of the game. I would have thought maybe a poison goes down at the bridge, but instead decides to kind of do it as cheaply as he can and go right back on offense. There's not a lot to... Oh, we got the replay? Okay, let's check it out. Let's take a look at the beginning of this game and see kind of what went awry.
So here we go. Royal Giant working on the right-hand side, and the Mighty Miner and the bird is just super duper healthy. And then if you see this, the Ram Rider took the skeletons off the board.
Yeah.
That's what it was. The Skellies would have controlled that Mighty Miner, but when she came in and boloed the Skellies, that made it so the Mighty Miner went down. She didn't get damaged as much. She sneaks through with a sliver of health, and that's GG well played.
You also got to remember, when you play your Royal Giants early on, just like when you play Royal Hogs and stuff early on, unless you're dealing with the troops that are defending, they're going to have a massive counter push. And when you have that big counter push that early in the game, I mean, that's 6 elixir that did nothing for you other than just get damage. It doesn't provide utility. And while that damage is great, you have 6 less elixir than your opponent now to defend. And something like, and what happens in those situations, Rich, is where you need those 1 elixir cards to make a 3 elixir trade. But if they get taken off the board like the Skellies did, can't clean up that Mighty Miner, you're done.
I don't know if you guys have seen this, but the game occasionally says, using elixir efficiently is the key to victory. So that was a great example of that one there. And
yeah, or using it ineffectively, or it just depends on which way you're looking at it. So BFist doesn't do right by Glitter, doesn't do right by us. He doesn't do Expo in game number 1, and it would have been nice for him. And now he's going to uphill battle here against Bruzani, who had a reverse sweep in his first set of the day. Now starts off strong in set number 2.
He did right by me.
He did.
Yeah. Here we go. Mortar picked up by the AQ. Bats to try to put a little more pressure on there. The Ice Spirit to nowhere, I guess, was trying to pick up the Mortar aggro. Didn't need it, though.
And again, see, this is what I'm talking about. It's the 3rd time we've seen AQ or something, and every time it runs into Monk, it's fascinating.
Very interesting. Thick Boy, though, not going to do much here as he gets picked up by the Valkyrie. A little pushback, but not too much. About a 2.5 elixir lead on the board here on the side of Brew as he goes with the Hog Rider on the right-hand side. Will get 1, won't get 2. Mortars up with the Musketeer on the left-hand side does BFist.
An interesting Hog deck here. I mean, honestly, I still thought it was going to be Mortar until that Hog was played. You look at everything else around it, the only difference would be Skellies instead or Guards instead of the Goblins, but instead decides to go Hog Rider here as this Mortar gets a couple shots in.
Great Monk there, and the late ability to both get the AQ off the board and reflect damage onto the tower. You have to be patient for that play, and BFist certainly was.
So Bomb Tower plus Goblins have to come out, spending 6 against 5. And Brew down by about 400 HP.
And BFist can just eat that little bit of Goblin damage there. Plenty of a lead. Doesn't want to give up the about half elixir, almost full elixir lead that he has right now as we go into double. Let's see if he sets up something in the back here or decides to wait and make the reactive play. So interesting choice out of BFist.
Oh, wow. The log plus the Ice Spirit. I was just going to say for BFist, he can clean up those hogs so easily with bats plus snowball every time, and his opponent has no way to get to those bats, right? But if you play the Guards and your opponent log Ice Spirits, then that's exactly what happens, and I don't love that decision.
Yeah, well, that plus the waiting for the reactive play there. And then you put 2 things together. You understand the idea he was going for, but again, he's going to eat a ton of shots here.
Yeah.
This is just mismanagement by BFist in game number 2.
I mean, if I can tell you that you need to play bats plus to defend that Hog Rider, you need to be doing that. I do love that we now see the Musketeer set up in the opposite lane because he's going up against Earthquake, so he doesn't have to worry about the Muskie going off the board, but I don't love the fact that he gave those guards away 2 defenses in a row and allowed like 5 hog hits or whatever.
Yeah, this is a weird chunk of sequences on the side of BFist. There you see the snowball plus bats.
Yep.
Hog does not quite get there.
And that's perfect, right? That's exactly what you want. Not only is that an even trade, but you could even double down with the counter push with your Miner if you wanted. But it almost feels like it might be too little too late for BFist. We'll see.
And this time the Mortar comes out, and the Hog is going to escape. Snowball plus Bats trying to stop it. Doesn't matter, EQ and Log doing the damage now. 936 the mark on the right-hand side with 90 seconds left.
Goblins low, Valk high, pretty clean defense there. Just takes a couple minor shots in as Goblins can't pick it up. 936, 1388.
Muskie will survive and put something in front of the Musk. And now these mortars, yes, they're pulling the Hog, but they're putting pressure on the lane that BFist isn't going to win here.
And great snowball there. Miner's going to stay very healthy, and I think the Miner, the Miner's getting tanked.
The reflection. The reflection was huge too. That Bat's still alive. Suddenly a lot of damage, doesn't matter.
Nope.
EQ will finish things off. Miner plus Snowball trying to steal in time. Poison. Can BFist do anything? No, he cannot. GG, well played. Brew putting together a nice 2-0 sweep.
It was one of those situations where you saw the end of that game kind of come to fruition, and had BFist not made those two misplays with how he defended those Hogs, he would have won that game.
Yeah.
He totally turned it back around. He was doing a great job with his Monk ability. He was getting Miner plus Snowball on top of the Goblins. He was getting Miner tanked for by the Monk that was using its ability, but that right there was the opening blow. It gets, I think, 3 hits total, and then this is the second time around where it doesn't clean everything off the board, but he spent so much to stop that Hog, when again, Snowball plus Bats would have dealt with the problem numerous times.
Yeah, and look at that again. The Hog getting a couple shots in there. And this was again, just, I said it early on in this game, this was game mismanagement on BFist's side from top to bottom, and he paid for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the perfect way to articulate what happened there. And it's one of those where, I mean, I'm sure we've all felt this, where you lose a game, you hit the okay, and then you just kind of stare at your home screen. You're like, man, if I knew what I needed to do, why didn't I just do it? And that's one of those where BFist is going to have to look back at this and go, all right, I need to learn how to course correct a little bit more quickly. He just kind of got caught up in the moment, and really well done there by Brew, who drops game number 1, and since then has been a perfect 4-0.
Yeah, very, very nice for him. And Brew, our defending champion, Glitter staying alive here, moving on to our semis.
The real question is, will he be able to identically repeat his performance from last split? Because I think you had said that at the beginning of the show, Andrew, he'd only dropped 2 games.
Yes, that's
the entire time.
So he's still got 1 life to give, technically.
Right.
Very important one.
That would be insane.
It would be, and hey, he's done it against really good players. I mean, we talked about the kind of the rung that he went through last time, which was like Cheesecake, Boss, Boomer, and Victor. It feels like he's already putting other great names on his wall.
Oh yeah. It's been a good run for him so far, and you know, I also wonder. I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna message him afterwards if it's Kamal or if it's Magma working with him. Either way, the deck pick choices have been really, really solid for Brew. And as he moves on to our semifinals, upping that money one more time as well, and we are getting closer and closer to that 4K grand prize.
And now we need to see who Brew's going to potentially be going up against in those semis. We'll check back in with the bracket, obviously. Bruzani making his way through. Now going on down next on the bracket, it's going to be Boomer versus Sweep. That's the next matchup we're watching, and that's who will end up in the semis up against Brew. Once again, the matches just keep getting better and better.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And now we get to go to our favorite player in the world, Boom Clown.
Yeah. And many of you might better know Boom Clown as Kick Ash.
Yeah.
He's been on the scene for a very long time.
Yep.
But, you know, if you're not going to go with your traditional name, Kick Ash here, you're Boom Clown now.
Thank you for not doing that, because I would have definitely screwed that up a few times on broadcast. We saw Boom Clown show up last split just a month or 2 ago, or about a month and a half ago. He got 4th place, right? He was dominating all throughout the day. Obviously, he ran into Bruzani at one point, and maybe that's who he's going to run into again in our semifinals. But as of right now, he's had a good start to his day. I really enjoyed watching him the last time around, and I guess it made sense once we figured out that it was Kick Ash, that we were like, oh, this is why he seems to be playing like such a veteran.
Yes, and talking about veterans, on the other side of things, the man with arguably the best hair in the game, certainly the best earrings, it's Sweep. On the other side of it, of course, who's been around for quite a long time, was in the semi-pro scene for a long time, broke into CRL as part of Pain Gaming in the fall split of CRL 2020, and since then has been a repeat offender for our CRL World Finals.
That's right, walking away with 12th place just a few months ago in Helsinki, Finland. One of the most entertaining players to watch on that live stage. Not just the charisma of his personality when he's on the live stage, but his deck picking. It was absolutely phenomenal. And I gotta say, when you talk about competitive play, sweep, and the meta just changing, this is a perfect recipe for disaster maybe for his opponent. It's gonna be fun for us though.
Ooh, okay, you looked like you got really excited about that point, so I'm excited to hear what you guys have to say about it in the next match because it's ready to go. We're going to keep this thing moving.
Let's get into it. Yes, I am very excited about it because you make the great point. If there's any time when sweep can be more dangerous, it's when there's currently chaos.
Yes.
Because sweep is an agent of chaos. Let's see if it can bring that here against definitely called Boom Clown and not anything else.
I mean, I see Boom and I see Clown on the screen. It's just Boom Clown. So sweep starts with a set of Zappies. You love to see it. Zappies pair very, very well against Monk, against Phoenix, and of course, Mighty Miner.
And drill to the left-hand side. Cannon Cart does go down. Interesting that this deck and variations of it are still staying so popular despite adjustments that have happened.
I think that's such a great point that you make because I did not at all expect this Golden Knight Drill NATO deck to be popular. And we've seen it a bunch today. And I actually don't exactly know why. I'm not exactly sure what it is about this deck in duel mode. I mean, it must just be that it doesn't repeat a lot of the strongest cards in the game and it's still a pretty, it can still size up well against what's strong in the meta.
It's a little slowdown here from both players as they count back to 10 in single and immediately play at the exact same moment. Golden Knight picks up the Miner. Mortar stops the Bar Barrel. Cannon Cart in reply there. So a little bit of feeling out period here as we go into our second half of regulation.
Yeah, that Cannon Cart's going to be a nuisance for the Mortar. We'll see if Sweep does the disciplined job of always holding that Cannon Cart for when Mortars are played, or if he's going to find other more creative ways to distract the Mortar so he can get his Cannon Cart out a bit more offensively.
I like that choice by Sweep to play the defensive drill there. Just make sure that that new and improved super fast Mighty Miner does not get involved any more aggressively.
I bet Sweep is already kind of thinking about how he can chain to the tower here. What is the best way to do that? You know, if Mighty Miner's up high or guards, is there a way to get them close enough to where you can actually get on top of that tower? And now the Cannon Cart going to the wrong direction.
Yeah.
And that NATO has to come out. Bit of unfortunate interaction there for Sweep.
And now that look at the recognition by Boom Clown here. The NATO's out,
Yep.
Miner to the back, bats up front, force out expenditure, get poison value.
Yep.
And that was just a perfect reaction play by our guy as he has continued. Wow, I don't know how he's done it now, Andrew. He's suddenly played 50 Miners at once on the tower. The left-hand tower has fallen. The right-hand tower has fallen. Now they made new towers that are also falling. This is what I assume is happening since the game has stalled out here.
And when we catch back up, they're all going to be, it's all of it will have happened. Oh, there we go. We're back to life. I will say, though, you did really kind of draw that up perfectly with how Clown wanted that to go, right? Miner to the back, NATO out, poison value in, all that, which is why he is in the lead currently right now by 400 HP.
The other half of this equation is that the Exy can do some good control work. The Zappies were able, you saw, to slow down the Miner and pick up the bats. So even though that Miner bats push is there once NATO is out of cycle, unless Sweep has gone super low on Elixir, it doesn't mean that the door is all the way wide open.
Zappy's going to come down to play defense in both directions. Barbell to assist with that Muskie on the board, and happy to take poison value is Clown.
Yeah,
Clown.
He's just loving that. Every time he sees that, he's totally happy with the exchange.
And we go Golden Knight behind Cannon Cart. Haven't seen that in some time, but
That
doesn't really get a lot out of it, right?
That did work out nicely, though, for Sweep. You're going to see a little bit of value here. It forced you saw the Miner had to come out. It forced out a lot of extra there on defense. And then the NATO was able to be played offensively and get a nice lineup, and then now Exy back in the mix again. So that was actually a really nice sequence there for Sweep that put him back in the mix.
And I like that Boom Clown decided to stop the bleeding by just using that Mighty Miner ability, getting it out of the crosshairs of that Executioner, which, as we talked about before, kind of got lessons from the Magic Archer on how to get to that tower. And it perfectly timed Bar Barrel behind that drill.
Yeah, and that Miner fed the push on the other side, too. So This thing's starting to swing a little bit, 1369 to 1389. Miner takes the lead back for BoomClown. This time NATO in cycle activates King Tower, and look at the damage on the left-hand side. Did Sweet just run away with this one?
Just cascading downhill at a rate that was so difficult to keep up with. Sweet just puts on the pressure, turns up the heat, puts it all together in those final moments, and it felt like, I mean, honestly, with the way that that game closed out, it felt like he was just dangling the carrot the whole time and goes, all right, we're done. I'm done playing now. Time's up.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think he got caught in some bad sequencing spots early on, but that's the thing about this deck. I've said this for a very long time about Drill, usually the Drill Magic Archer, but Drill NATO Golden Knight is the comeback deck. Yep. It's the steal at the end deck. And you see here, so there's the NATO out of cycle, and you saw that Miner Bats play. And this was the poison value that BoomClown was loving to get over and over again. He was so happy about this. But here we see the Miner has to come out and totally feeds here. Yep. Then it allows the Drill to come in, turn that Mighty Miner towards the middle. And this is the one of many miners that ended up kind of feeding Sweep rather than stopping Sweep.
And I was just going to say, I don't know if we're seeing a bit of the replay bug that's still in play because everything's level 11. I guess that's only true in rank, so never mind. The damage seemed off there for a moment, but you can see here that Sweep, I mean, that's really what it was, that final sequence. I don't know if the replay bug with, because like now that when you're playing in ranked, it's like things are level 12 and 13 and 14 now, so when you go back to replays and everything's level 11, you can like lose early on. You're like, wait, but I won this game? I thought that's what we were seeing there.
But we're seeing a replay from the booth.
But, well, no, but it's also level 11. Even if it was from the booth, it would still. Either way, point is that lineup with the Executioner at the very end there, I mean, yeah, this is the overwhelmed deck. You can be winning for 4 minutes and 45 seconds. That last 15 seconds in Triple Elixir, you just get completely overwhelmed. And like I said, it just felt like, I mean, I don't think this was the case because, like you said, Sweep kind of got himself out of a bunch of tough situations. But the way that he closed it out felt like that's why he's the Sweep that we know. That's why he was just at World Finals. That's why he's a veteran of the game.
Yeah, I mean, part of that cycle repair, getting himself back in a position where he could respond quickly. But I think that a lot of that was BoomClown. Again, we saw the Miner play right into that Cannon Cart plus XC that got wiped off. And then we saw the Miner play on near the end of the game on the opposite side of the board, right into like a 3-card push. Right. That didn't do anything other than give away 3 Elixir and give that push more time to build to go downhill. So, you know, Sweep played really, really well. He capitalized on the openings that BoomClown gave him.
And BoomClown looking to maybe snipe with the AQ, but it's definitely one tile too far away, so an MK comes down, and I don't think this is the start that he already wants. He's only got 4 Elixir to deal with this MK plus Brawler push.
And that MK is just Tank City right now, goes all the way, and then
and a mini P.E.K.K.A. I mean, that's Sweep, right? MK mini P.E.K.K.A. with Drill, I mean, excuse me, with Cage. Maybe we end up seeing like one small spell here. I'm not sure what version he's running. But, I mean, usually when you see, like, MK with... All right, I'm just going to stop talking.
Look, we saw a variation of this deck earlier, but I will say this. Normally, if you're playing Hog and you see a Cage and an MK come out the first 2 cards, you're like, dope, let me play my Hog now. And then the next 2 cards are a Mini P.E.K.K.A. and a Ram Rider. Get out of here.
And this is why I love watching Sweep, because this deck is, I mean, this is such a wonderful matchup for him. There's the Cage to deal with the AQ, the Cage to deal with the Hog, the MK, the mini P.E.K.K.A. to deal with the Hog. There's just so many options. And then you even have the Mother Witch to help with the Goblins and the Ice Spirit. It just like doesn't make sense. He's like, here, you make your deck, show it to me, and I'm gonna make mine now.
Well, I want to go ahead and thank Snapdragon for providing opportunities for us to see matchups like this one. When you think gaming, Snapdragon Elite Gaming should be right in first in your brain when winning matters. And of course, this whole thing powered by the Samsung Galaxy.
Oh, it makes me so happy. We're finally getting our love, Samsungers. And that's not what we're called. We're going to come up with a cooler name at the club later.
Samsungites? Samsungians? No, I think you actually had a better... Samsungers might be the best one.
Yeah, I already got kicked out of the club.
Samsungonians? No, that doesn't work either.
So right now, Clown just trying to figure out how to create any offense, and I feel like Sweep is just having so much fun with the deck that he pulled.
Yeah, this is going pretty well for him so far. It's interesting, you know, he has so many ways that don't just counter the hog, but then create pressure opposite the hog, like in the other direction as well.
Yeah.
So BoomClown just sits there and goes, okay, so do I just not play hogs anymore?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm trying to figure out here with the deck that BoomClown's running. It's like, where does the damage come from? And it really has to be with just Hog Riders sneaking on through. I mean, maybe he can't even do AQs at the bridge when she's out of cycle because there's just too many responses that get on top.
And Mega Knight just goes the opposite direction. This is going to be, again, a lot to deal with. The high delivery will control for a moment, but then go ahead and watch that Ram Rider just sneak right behind the MK. Barely gets the bomb tower down to stop it. And Sweep, not going to get much out of this one, but does maintain a significant elixir advantage.
And Mother Witch just one tile away, just kind of goes off to nowhere, but because of the change with the Phoenix, not going to be a problem. That would have been almost a game-breaking mistake just 2 weeks ago, that Mother Witch.
So here's the question now. Mega Knight on the board. Now Mini P.E.K.K.A on the board. You're not going to get past that Goblin Cage too well.
And the Ram Rider,
Right.
and the Snowball. It's like, it hurts.
It does hurt, and this did not go right for BoomClown at the bridge fight. My guess now is that the way you win this in his case is he's not that far behind.
No.
It's can you win a bridge fight, get enough damage to then win the EQ versus poison race.
Right, and that's also very tough because your opponent in Sweep, very smart, knows this game well, goes, all right, if you want a spell cycle race, then I can spell cycle race.
There we
and
go.
I have more spell power. The Snowball, that's what I'm saying. Ram Rider, Snowball, MK Cage, Mini P.E.K.K.A, like, there is no way.
So, but now the question, right? He forced a bit more out. Now he has to cycle back around. Cage should be there, but can he load enough to get something on tower? Hog won't be it. EQ does get down. Look, now we're 2014 to 2170.
Wow, that Ram Rider's so deep, though. The MK there to clean up the bomb tower. That's why you see BoomClown really spending an arm and a leg to make sure nothing gets on top of that bomb tower. Ram Rider going to take it off. Second bomb tower comes down. There it is.
Bomb tower in, 25 seconds. This Hog's not going to be able to get a shot here, but EQ down. 1790 to 2008. Clown does cycle faster here.
Snowball maybe comes in to clean up the tower. No, Sweep decides to pull, holds, maybe now a poison. Snowball, he's gonna hold for defense, that's smart. Ability in, Snowball late, Cage up high.
And not gonna get around enough here. EQ won't be it. Sweep, basically looks into the future, picks all the cards that counter BoomClown's deck, and then adds in 2 more and makes it a complete shellacking here in game number 2.
I mean, that is one of those situations where, I mean, it's a little frustrating because you're not on ladder, so it's not just a complete lottery draw by your opponent. This happened for a reason from Sweep, but you have to, as BoomClown, you just have to go, all right, that was fun.
That was Clash Royale.
You just gotta laugh it off because there's no way to play through that matchup.
That was very Clash Royale. That was just brutal. You see this Ram Rider going to go through and force the next bomb tower out, and the elixir advantage keeps on going to Sweep over and over again. Sweep did a good job of knowing when to pressure, when not to pressure. This game, we go into triple, and this game's only 300 HP apart, right? This game is losable.
Yes, and I do think maybe we're not giving enough credit to Sweep actually playing these final instances like as perfectly as he should, but it's just because 6 of the 8 cards he has counters the win condition of his opponent. And again, this is nothing against Sweep, this is nothing against BoomClown, this is just incredible decksmanship from the Canadian.
Yeah, G to the G, wall to the plate. Sweep goes on to our next stage, and one step closer to our 4K. We'll see if he can make it happen. Has to get through BFist in our, no, it does not through Bruzani in our next round.
A 4.4 elixir, 14 elixir get around, and a perfect draw glitter. That was beautiful.
I don't know what's going on in the semis right now, but 2 really nice clean 2-0s right out the gate.
Yeah, I mean, and this is one where I think we expected Sweep to probably win this set, but he did it the exact way that you want to watch Sweep win, which is coming out with something weird and it being played perfectly with a perfect matchup.
Yeah, very, very nicely done for him. And now we're also starting to trim down to, we have Bruzani and Sweep on one side. We're starting to slim down to the United States players in this North American final.
Ooh, okay, nice point, nice point. You know what, now that you mentioned it, we'll take a look back at the bracket. Like you said, we've got Bruzani and Sweep now on the top side of our semis, which means we have to look down to the bottom half of the bracket. Up next, we've got Arden versus Hael, both 19s going on. I mean, this is going to be a good one.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about that first round matchup. I mean, this is just a tough day for Hael in terms of his draw on this bracket. He has to go through Ian in round 1. Now he gets Arden Toas in round number 2. Arden had a great first set out there. It looked like maybe he was out of sorts in like one game, kind of, but he was able to turn it back around against the Lost. The Lost just struggled. I mean, it was tough for him.
Yeah, that was a tough going all the way around for him. Arden did, of course, have to take 3 games to get it done, and went fairly, like, we've started to see sort of what the meta looks like for today, right? He went Royal Giant game 1, the Miner Mortar with the Mighty Miner in game 2, and then the kind of one of the deviations here, and that was the Fireball bait deck with the Recruits. And the Skeleton King in game number 3. So Arden kind of played a little interesting here with that game 3 choice. On the other side of things, also from 19 Esports, his countryman Hael, who also had a very interesting first round.
Yeah, I mean, Hael did what we wanted Hael to do, right? We talked a lot about, is he going to be in the fighting form that he was at the end of 2021? How's he going to come out today? Obviously, the meta has just changed, but he did all the things that we want to see him do. It almost felt like he didn't even take a break. And it was against, I think maybe the hardest round 1 matchup in terms of the 2 biggest names in that set. But that's what he did. Game number 1, he came out against Ian. He was able to pick it up with a, MK Ram Rider deck. Obviously a very different variation than the one that we just saw Sweep run, one that's a little bit more popular out there. But still, to that end, wins. RG actually lost with the Royal Giant deck, which he ran in game number 2 with Archer Queen. But then in game number 3, he goes Hog EQ with Valkyrie, Musketeer. So we've seen a decent amount of Hog today as well. The meta is fascinating because it's like you said, we're getting kind of closer to what it is here this weekend. But I think guys are still trying so much out.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing some risks being taken, some stuff being worked out. It's nice seeing Hog actually back and effective in the meta, not just like a dead deck for a little while. So we'll see what they pull out here in this next matchup.
Better or worse that they have to go against their own crew?
I don't think that they're worried.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's one of the, I bet they practice against each other a lot, so it's probably just fun.
All right, we'll have to see if their insider information is helpful at all after practicing against each other, because the next match is ready.
Let's get to it. Hael, Arden Toas, battle of the young guns. Arden top of your screen, Hael at the bottom, and
yeah, that is very true. 2 very young players that are going to be some of the biggest, or already some of the biggest names in the game.
And Miner to the inside to make sure it tanked for everything. I'm surprised it didn't go for the pullback there, but now Fireball up high.
Should be a Mortar deck with, I think, Skeleton King and Skarmy, I think, are the last 3 cards here from Hael. The other side of it, running into Royal Giant. And it's curious if Arden Toas has Mother Witch or not. That can be the great equalizer.
And there goes the Mortar high. Tombstone will take care of that business.
So Giant Skelly, Skelly King, and I still think it's Royal Giant. So obviously very heavy and a lot of overwhelm power.
What do you think has more troops, the skeleton genre or the goblin genre?
Oh, man.
Right? I don't actually know off the top of my head.
I don't either.
But there's a lot of both of those.
Maybe Skeleton? I don't know. Does Tombstone count?
I feel like it does, because also a Gob Hut then evens that out.
I know.
Skelly Barrel versus
stop the show. We got to figure this out. Goblin Barrel? Yeah, right? The Drill and the Barrel?
Oh, and the Goblin Barrel. Skelly Barrel versus Goblin Barrel versus Drill. A lot of stuff going on, folks. Goblin Gang versus Skarmy. Gobs versus Skellies. Guards versus Spears.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. So there's that Skarmy coming down to protect the Mortar. And
Giant Skeleton, Goblin Giant. The list never ends, Andrew. Is there a ranged skeleton?
We need a champion. A Goblin champion is what we need.
True. We also need a skeleton that shoots stuff.
Yeah. So just kind of a slow play here, right? Not a lot going on, feeling each other out. Royal Giant hasn't come down yet. I think Arden's trying to figure out how Hael wants to defend in the way that he's playing to where he can maybe exploit what he's doing. But as of right now, just kind of chilling, stacking troops, setting up from the back, waiting for that first mistake.
And nice timing there, forces out the arrows. Hael knew it was going to happen, gets all that minor damage on the right-hand side, and that's the second really significant blow struck here as Hael does take the lead back and decides to just mostly let his Skeleton King go by the wayside.
A couple of Skeleton King abilities out in both directions, and another mortar up.
And that Dark Goblin trying to make enough room for the bird to go to the tower doesn't actually happen.
And this mortar will get a lock, though. Nice fireball there. A lot of great plays there by Hael to actually get that mortar on tower. We'll see if it ends up paying off, but we're seeing good damage in right now. But snowball plus arrows, talk about a tough spot to be in.
Look at this. There are two skeletons who were able to hang out at the end, and that was the extra arrows by Arden Toas as the tankage was happening up high. And that opened the lead right back up, 15-28 to 18-24. That's just under, well, not anymore. More damage changes the numbers.
Hael is kind of in a tough spot here when you talk about how he's going to defend these pushes, right? If Arden and him continue going in the same lane and he get that giant skeleton up high to tank, when those skellies come down on top of the tower, the snowball plus the arrows can make it really difficult for Hael to play his defense effectively.
Ability for ability here at the bridge. Miner goes to the back, right into a giant skeleton. Doesn't catch, but does at least set up this next big push. Interesting fireball there with 40 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. He's trying to get damage in. He's trying to maintain the lead. He wants to make sure he doesn't fall too behind in the spell cycle race. I just wonder if that 4 elixir could have been used at a different moment. Arrow's going to come in, clean everything up.
And again, it's the same situation where this this giant skeleton tanking a whole bunch, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we're talking about. I mean, and it feels, again, odd that Hael would spend that 4 elixir on fireballing that fisherman when the real threat is more about how he's going to clean up the skellies from the graveyard.
1385 to now 732. Last gasp here for Hael in game number 1. Fireball will not be enough. GG, well played. Arden Toas trying to go back for his crown with a game number 1 win here.
This is a really tough matchup when you talk about what Hael could do to play through it, right? Because as the elixir became deeper and deeper and double and triple elixir, you saw that Arden has such great ways to not only control the bridge battle, but clean up everything on the back end. And another thing is that when you're playing this deck that Hael is playing, when you start to kind of run into a brick wall, you're between a rock and a hard place, your opposite lane pressure is really, really strong. You can create so much damage and so much pressure with, you know, Phoenix plus Goblin Gang, Miner plus Goblin Gang, Skarmy, whatever on its own. But the problem is Arden had Zappies and Tombstone, and that's complete map control.
Yeah, that did shut things down tremendously. And here you go, there's that fireball that just kind of felt like it wasn't going to do a whole lot for Hael. So Mortar Miner, Skelly King for Hael does not get it done. Royal Giant not played yet. We'll see if that's something they go to instead in game number 2, although Arden kind of has already killed the pieces for that with this Fish Boy being played in game number 1. Graveyard gets the win for Arden Toas.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I think could have been maybe done a little bit differently by Hael is using his Dark Goblin to help clean up the graveyard a bit more instead of just going Goblin Gang plus Skarmy, because it was Goblin Gang, then Skarmy, Snowball, then arrows every time. I get it too, though, because if you play the Goblin down behind your Princess or your King Tower and it's not in range of anything, it very quickly comes in range of the arrows. But I don't know, it was tough. I like that deck that Hael played. Obviously, it's Mortar, it's Bait, like all the things that I love. I've lost in that matchup. I've won in that matchup. I don't know what he could have done in terms of getting and breaking on through because of that map control.
So here we go into game number 2. And again, it was Graveyard for Arden Toas. And they've already started the game. So here we are. And we've also, let's see, Arden playing some variation of Wall Breakers and Bait for Hael. Snowball and arrows the plays for Arden. I'm curious about the bait call out of Hael here in game 2.
So drill Wall Breakers here. Cannon going to do a good job against the Wall Breakers, and the interesting thing is going to be about cleaning up this drill as the game goes on. You know, Princess opposite lane plus Ice Spirit is nice. Goblins is obviously the best thing. An early log and a late Mighty Miner works as well, but you have a feeling Arden's not going to make it that easy.
So no log for Arden here with playing the guards, or was he just playing the guards in order to set up something and gets the wall breakers catch on the left-hand side? Nice pressure. Take the lead back here for Arden Toas.
Yeah, it should be like, it might be Inferno plus something there. I've seen different variations of this wall breakers drill deck.
So Hael with Barb Barrel and Log both still in the game. Goes bait game number 2. So far not paying too much for it. Behind, but not by a lot. And Princess at the bridge will get controlled, but does get one shot in.
So funny, bait was really only one version of Mighty Miner plus Dark Goblin that for so long, that whole Princess at the bridge against bait was something you didn't have to think about as much for a few months. And it was actually kind of nice for a moment. But it's back, definitely. Princess is at the bridge. I think I just saw Morten make a video with this deck Hael's running. I think the last card is Rocket. And I mean, Morten obviously one of the best in the world with bait, but it is very, very strong. It's back. The pressure from Mighty Miner is great. There it is, Inferno, thank goodness.
And that does mean that this deck for Arden Toas is going to be a problem, right? He does not have really phenomenal ways to counter the bait, the Goblin Barrels of Hael. And this is a really fascinating situation he finds himself in, where he has to either spend the negative trade for Fireball or play some fancy footwork with troops, but again, almost every true counter is going to be negative.
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly what he's going to have to do, or what I would maybe do in this situation, is you go Valkyrie plus Ice Spirit a lot of the time, because your guards you're going to want to use to help kind of control that Mighty Miner. You can play the guards in the center of the map and keep that Mighty Miner at bay, but you know, that's not really the situation Arden's going to be in every single time. He's going to have to figure out and vary that defense.
Fireball out, Goblin Barrel in, does get one stab on. Notice in a second that Fireball took out the first Princess, second Princess down, plus Gob Barrel right behind that. So you're going to see Hael keep on forcing out those Fireballs, and then immediately cycling back to the next piece. And yeah, look at that, Rocket Cycle early here for Hael, 1491 the mark on the right-hand side.
And I love what Hael is doing with his cannon play and with his Princess play. Being very aggressive with the Princess's cannons are really kind of playing the second tank for him. Not really, I mean, they obviously being a defensive building against the wall breakers a few times, but it almost feels like more of a ground unit that's doing some DPS, because tanking-wise, he only has this Mighty Miner.
And he was trying to pre-log for the guards. Hael didn't quite get that pre-log the way he wanted, and now goes outside away from the Valk.
I like that.
And this is nice, because Hael, you see him varying placements, knowing that log isn't going to be an easy counter, and that Arden doesn't want to use Fireball as the defense, and now he's making Arden make choices, which is not only going to get him some more damage, but force Arden to spend a little bit more processing power on that argument.
Yes, I love that you use that term processing power, because it starts to make him think twice about it. Now, instead of trying to be smart and getting a troop on the board, he's just going to take the straight-up negative trade with the Fireball there, and then Hael goes, great, I can play this spell power game too. I'm going to get another Rocket in. This late log should clean everything up perfectly. He still gets the Ice Spirit down just in case. That is maybe the value log of the day.
Wow.
And now we're seeing this bait deck really just scream back into the meta with just absolute brilliant gameplay here.
Wall breakers will go to the cannon. Nice Fireball to open up a door. Can they slide on through it? And no, they don't. No, they do not. Rocket will finish things off for Hael once he gets there. Arden trying to pressure and not let that be a choice. But here we go to 6. Doesn't matter. Princess gets the job done first. Rocket to nowhere. Hael evening things up. We're going to game number 3.
I really like that Fireball from Arden to try to make something happen at the end there. Gets the Princess, gets the cannons. Not going to be enough still. Hael playing a beautiful game of bait. Just great control. Like you said, just great variability on that Goblin Barrel. I love that he went to the inside. Valkyrie misses it. Valkyrie plus Ice Spirit clean it up. And then the next barrel goes to the outside right here. And where does Valkyrie go? Inside. Goblins get on top of the tower. Doesn't want to spend the Ice Spirit again. He's getting in his opponent's head, and that's what you have to do. This is so funny. Morten's not even in this competition. I've already talked about him like 3 times. I'm going to say it again. One of the biggest things about playing bait is the mind games. You don't think your barrel is going to get on tower almost 8 or 9 times out of 10, but that 1 or 2 times is just enough to start to mess with your opponent's mental, and we saw that in spades here. Great game number 2 from Hael.
And just you talk about the deck picks here. Arden in game number 2 going with a 1-spell deck and getting hurt for it hard.
Yeah.
Surprises he neither bar barrel or log in this situation.
I agree. I mean, you look at the small spells used in game number 1, Hael just goes, all right, cool. I mean, this feels almost maybe a little too easy if I come out with bait, but let's see what you got. And Arden didn't have enough. I mean, we saw him try to do it with troops for a long time. It's really difficult. They have to be in the perfect spot. And I also think the smart thing about the way that Hael was throwing his barrels is we all know the timing with like the perfect Valkyrie placement. It's very difficult to pull off.
Sure.
But that's not an option if you play to the inside or the outside.
Yeah.
And I just love those small mechanics that make your opponent have to play that much harder, that much smarter.
You know, you talk about the deck pick here. I understand the reason why you're going with the Inferno Dragon or with the Inferno Tower in that deck, but that's the reason why you saw there why I don't really love playing, especially heavy buildings with drill.
Yeah.
They slow the cycle down like crazy, and you saw had to sacrifice a spot for a small spell, which hurt him. It depends on what you're trying to snipe there. If you think he's going with Arden's going somewhere, or if the Hael's going to go somewhere big, and after playing Mortar Miner game number 1, maybe that was the goal. Maybe you're trying to snipe, trying to stop RG.
Right.
Didn't pay off for him though.
So now Arden goes copy deck from his opponent, and Hael goes, well, I brought a log to this party, or a barrel.
What if he has log and barrel? Not possible. He already played log, but you know what I mean.
For the memes.
Memes are fun. Well, no, that wasn't. It was snowball bar barrel for a very long time. When those two were OP.
Ooh, and look at this. I love that the Hut's out. I like that the Zappies are looking for the Mighty Miner, which he finds here. Just a second late on the Mighty Miner is Arden, who loses a Princess and now is going to lose a Mighty Miner out of it.
Yeah, that's not a good exchange for him, as that Flying Machine is just going to get so much value out of the range of Princess Towers, and
that might just be the... no. Okay, all right. Arden's better than that. It just felt like way too much spent in the wrong spot, but Arden only comes down 400 HP.
That's all, but it is 2.5 elixir in favor of Hael, and I cannot imagine that he ticks this one off here. He better... What does he have planned to set up? I don't think he plays a reactive game.
Maybe he's just Zappies or Golden Knight in the back. No, recruits, right.
Boom.
His last card. Obviously the smartest play.
Yeah, so the plus 3 or plus 2.5 out of that was more valuable in many ways than the damage dealt. And now he can go ahead and poison off the Princess, bar barrel this bad boy away. He reads it wrong and goes to the inside, or he fat fingers it, one of those two. But either way, still has a nice elixir advantage.
And now if I'm Arden, I go to the inside on the next barrel.
Yeah.
Right into where your opponent missed from. Flying Machine going to be a nuisance, but Princess is hopefully going to help take it off, along with, well, Fire Spirit doesn't need to.
And goes short in the front here, so you talk about those mind games.
Yeah, I like that. 22-12.
Keep in mind, Arden in the lead for the moment. And Hael has to make some choices about those. You know, he'd love to be able to stack those Goblin Huts late game, but you put Goblin Hut behind tower, and you run the risk of getting rocketed.
Yep. And there we go, to the inside now this time around. Hael has not played anything as of the moment that the barrel came down, which is actually a little bit surprising that at least the barrel's not already out on the screen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was a little bit interesting here. You know what? That might have been an observing glitch, because look at the damage back on the tower.
Yep, 22-12, so it did come down. Golden Knight to the outside. Great play there by Hael. That's a free one. Now he has a free poison and a Golden Knight on the board.
And
I'd love to save that dash.
Yeah, and he does. He does save it. Doesn't spend it.
Oh,
he
there
does
it is!
Yeah, wow.
Perfect. Perfectly played. Flying Machine not on tower, but great sequence there for Hael.
Arden Toas has a lot of work to do if he wants to stay alive in this one. And we haven't seen him rocket cycle yet. And that's the big, like, it's hard for him to defend this. I mean, I almost want to see him stack princesses and bomb towers and then start cycling rockets. The problem is that poison.
Yes, and also, like, if he decides to start rocket cycling, then the overwhelm can be so massive. You don't have a big spell to deal with it. Princess plus Fire Spirit won't be enough if he just piles up at the bridge. So Hael in a good spot as of right now. Arden just trying to figure it out, trying to crack the code. Golden Knight should have another dash soon.
Mighty Miner does hold on, except for the Zappies get in behind everything, and that's a nice poison
Wow,
there.
and it goes backwards.
Oh, boy.
Oh, that's it. Zappies are there, Flying Machines there, game over. GG, well played. Beautifully run by Hael, and you know what? It's got to feel good. You beat bait, or you play bait, you dominate with it, then you dominate against it.
Yeah, that's a nice 1-2 punch there for Hael, and also a nice tournament for him so far, a guy who's had a very quiet 2023, comparatively speaking, coming out and beating the guy who has kind of taken over the position that you thought would be yours this year.
That's a
which
great
is
way to put it.
The rookie turned sophomore getting his wings. Arden getting clipped here a bit by Hasi.
And this is a fun deck that Hael is running. I mean, you look at the amount of board presence that you have with the recruits, with the Goblin Hut, the Golden Knight. You have to worry about him up high and down low. We saw the late pulls on his ability and how effective that is. The poison, the poison, the poison, the poison. Rich, you talked about it. Why not Bomb Tower? Why not Princess? Well, Andrew, the reason is because that poison is going to clear everything up. Just complete control, domination. Love to see it. And the other thing you talked about, Rich, that Rocket, a null in this matchup.
Yeah, well, not good for Flying Machine, not good for Royal Recruits, not really good for, there's nothing good unless
Just
Hael,
Piggies in one lane, right?
Piggies in one lane, or if Hael made the mistake of cycling Golden Knight behind tower, right, which he didn't do. GG, well played.
Yeah, love to see it. Love to see it. Arden Toas is going to take the rest of the year off, most likely, and reset for 2023. Glitter, my boy, has fallen once again.
Yes.
Maybe you've become the bad luck charm. I hate to
don't
say
say
it.
it.
I don't want to say it.
Arden, I'm sorry.
But on the flip side of that, Hael has taken out 2 massive names so far.
That's a good point. That's a really, really good point. I mean, you talk about the hardest first 2 rounds in the competition. Hael definitely has that award.
Yeah, for sure. It's been a hard run for him early on, but now he can sit back and wait, and he has to be looking at this mini Oscar matchup coming up and just fingers crossed, hoping the Oscar's the guy who goes on through. We'll see who's going to come out on top in this one. But yeah, you can see the situation right now. It will be an American in the finals on the side between, oh, never mind, sweeps Canadian.
Yeah.
So it'll be USA versus Canada at the top of our screen for one semifinal. And then Hael awaiting whether it'll be his countryman Oscar or whether Mini Minter, who plays for Peru but lives in Florida, I believe it is, where he comes out on this one.
He's bi-coastal. He's all over the place.
Yeah.
He's Mr. Worldwide in Clash Royale. But I do agree that he is probably the favorite in this matchup when he's going up against King Oscar. But King Oscar, no slouch. He took down, I mean, I guess the biggest name in the competition, right? I mean, he really is. He's got the highest finish at World Finals. He's been around the longest. He's been a vet since the beginning, the inception of CRL. But Air Surfer could not keep up with King Oscar, who does it in 3 games. He only loses 1 with Graveyard and Rich. I loved what he did here. He leaned into the meta. We talked about it. Game number 2, he ran Electro Giant. He didn't get the matchup he wanted, but you were like, well, what are you going to do if you're playing against Air Surfer? Look for those 100 zeros, and he did a great job abusing the strong cards, and honestly, just playing really great Clash Royale in game number 3. Tough opponent, though. Yep,
and then we go into the other side of things. He's a tough opponent. You're absolutely right here. A guy who at one time was a top 10 guy, had a brief run as a top 10 guy, and who still, I think, has the capability of being that with the right time to put in the work. But it's the question, do you have the time? And also, does the meta favor your playstyle? And that may be the one knock on Mini is, can he overcome the meta favor in his playstyle? I think that the meta that we have right now that isn't super duper cycle friendly, but also but that also isn't beatdown centric. It kind of sits in that like high cost cycle range. I think that favors Mini Minter, and this might be a good chance for him to make a run.
And Mini's got cards right now at his disposal that are not quote-unquote broken, as we hear people say, like we were talking about with Monk, but he does have a lot of really strong cards that people are still learning how to deal with, and that is a place that Mini is very, very good.
All right, well, this one's just ready to go instantly, so let's keep this train moving.
Here we go.
Mini goes with an oops early on, tries to get the King Tower activation, can't get it with the split spears, but I like where his head's at early on.
Yeah, that's just, you gotta get your finger right there, wait for that clock to hit 3/4, release it right when it happens. It's not hard but it's one of those ones where if you don't react quickly enough, it's easy to miss.
And Miniminter already ahead by almost 1,000 HP with just some wall breakers and a little bit of lovin' with, I believe, a miner. I'm not 100% sure, but did you see that? $100 we could win. What are we doing?
I don't know about you, but I'm trying to win $100. I doubt we see Oscar go to the middle much more at all with that mortar now. Poison a little bit late.
Wow, that's just tough, man. I mean, that's one of those things where if you're Miniminter, that's a great moment of confidence if your opponent can only poison that.
Yeah, and poison that a little bit late too,
Yeah.
and just, he didn't want to. He did though.
Right. That's actually really fascinating. You could see the inner battle going on in his mind while watching the gameplay. Because yeah, if you're gonna poison, you gotta play it early, and he played it late. Bats got damage in, then the poison comes down. I've been there before, Oscar.
And mortar to the middle one more time, and again, I think
Does he get it?
Yeah, but he missed it again. You can see he hit it when the clock was at about, like, he hit that at 9 o'clock, right, at 3/4 of the way. He hit that at about 10:30, 11, and that's just not going to do it.
It's literally a millisecond of difference there. Oh my goodness, the late Ice Spirit tower down.
Oh.
Good game for Oscar, and now it looks like, his Cinderella run is not over yet, but the gameplay in this so far has been tough, and I always chalk that up to nerves, Rich.
That's going to be, I don't agree with the lane switch there. I think that Oscar needed to ride out the Mighty Miner on the right-hand side. He might have actually gotten right back in this one if he let that Mighty Miner sit there on that right-hand tower and keep doing what it was doing.
Yeah.
So he just flinched.
It was a fascinating mind game, though, too, right? Because Mini, I think, was waiting for the same thing because he was ready on the opposite side. Like you said, if he would have just held, he could be right back in it. But as of right now, not the case.
Hold. And despite twice, and it's not a very important miss, but despite twice missing the King Tower activation, no real knock on him at all. And I don't know if we can pull one of those for the replay, maybe the second one that he missed. We can pull that one and we can slow it down. And I'll talk to you guys about the exact timing because it's a very, very doable move. You just have to get a little bit ahead of that one. And there you go. GG, well played. Easy dubs for Miniminter.
He sacrifices the 3 crown with a lane switch there. Doesn't matter. Easy dub from early on. I mean, yeah, the poison late, the ice spirit late. This is the ice spirit late.
Yeah, this is the ice spirit.
Yeah, I mean that's one of those things. Like you talk about the first one, Rich. If you're gonna do it, then just do it. If you've missed it, then just don't play it. Right? There's both the bad ends of the spectrum there, and then the rest of it's just kind of all easy, right? Miniminter just kind of chills, rides it all the way to the end, and I mean that's what's going to happen in this matchup.
Yeah, and I don't think we're able to get that replay. It was the mortar being played in the middle, the spear goblins in front of Miniminter's King Tower trying to split, and he was trying to direct the mortar shot onto the tower. I don't think we'll be able to get that replay for you guys. But either way, that wasn't the true story. I just wanted to talk some technique with you for a little bit. The true story here is that Miniminter just ran through King Oscar like a hot knife through butter that was already liquefied.
Yeah, and the elixir leaked here is not exactly the story because we did see Oscar kind of hang up his phone towards the end of that, but it really was just mismanaged defenses. I mean, what's really interesting about it is like, there's no way that game should have gone so far off the rails that early on. There's a lot of good responses. You've got a building. You've even got the Mighty Miner ability to kind of like be your last, button of safety, I guess, if you need to use that ability to get those bats off the tower. I mean, you can even late play that, use the ability. Yes, it costs 5, but then your bats aren't on top of the tower. I think Oscar just maybe is a little nervous being in our semis.
Well, also, Oscar went and played a micro deck. Here in game number 1. We didn't see him play a micro deck against Air Surfer. We saw him play big, thick decks that you slow play and make decisions on, and some of it was for matchup, but there was nothing that was fast-paced and micro-based.
Right.
We saw a ton of micro mistakes on his side, and maybe he thought that Miniminter wasn't the micro player that Air Surfer is. Miniminter's a world-class pro, and you got caught out there in that one.
So now we'll see if Oscar goes back to what worked in his first set of the day against Air Surfer, which is let me try to use the cards that are very strong in the meta right now. Maybe a Goblin Hut, maybe RG. Looks like we are going to see RG. So here we go. And there's the Mother Witch for Tombstone. So far, things looking good for Oscar.
Although handled there by Miniminter. Maybe RG on both sides now.
That's what it feels like.
Will the Mother Witch be the deciding factor between these two decks?
Miniminter doesn't have to really worry about much here. He can just let that Skeleton King walk in as Fisherman is out of play.
And Barb Barrel doing a decent enough job distracting the Fish Boy. One shot does get through. 27-45 as first blood drawn by Oscar.
Yeah, and I'm very curious about that Mother Witch factor that we just talked about and how it's going to come into play. With the Tombstone, it makes it a lot harder to play on the board, which is honestly, Tombstone's one of your favorite cards to just cycle when you don't have anything else to do, as you see King Oscar do there, because he knows he doesn't have to worry about the Mother Witch. So, yeah, Mother Witch, a huge it factor in this matchup. And that Lightning, if we get pileups at the bridge with the Zappies behind the RG, it's going to be really tough to finesse.
I like that word you use there, finesse, in this context.
Nice drop there with the Zappies up high.
And that's an interesting choice there, choosing to Lightning the Zappies, so a -2 trade for Miniminter that maybe it just kind of slows down the push, and that was his goal, like happy to sacrifice the Elixir lead to stop that situation, but still gives up skeleton damage on the left-hand side, and that he was trying to predict there, didn't get it.
I like the prediction. I mean, I like that he goes for the Mother Witch predict there. I don't know. I mean, I almost wonder if it's more of a hover and wait than it is to try to predict, because now the Mother Witch gets a ton of value and you have nothing to put on top of it.
Yeah.
But I at least like the idea that was there.
And those pigs doing work on the right-hand side, and Skelly King just kind of distracted everywhere. Does come back over to this Royal Giant, pops the ability to distract everything in the middle, but RG gonna get a lot of shots here. 1888, just 4 years after the invention of Cronenberg, and that's a nice lead here for King Oscar.
And you see that Mother Witch immediately Zappies come down on top of her to try to protect from the lightning, and you wonder if Minnie's kind of trying to like zero in on exactly where she is, because that's the last thing you want is to get that lightning down and not get her off the board. Not enough Elixir to throw it out on RG, so I like that King Oscar doesn't force it.
Barb Barrel all the way to the back, gets the Mother Witch out of the game, and now here we go. This is Miniminter's biggest push.
That
Zappies.
fireball.
Yeah, that fireball.
Totally missed the Phoenix, and now the Zappies are just chilling.
And now that RG's all the way in. Mother Witch not got. Doesn't matter though, still a lot of damage. And now
Oh,
stacking.
the pile up. And that Phoenix is going to be protected. It's going to be tanked for. This is trouble.
Boy.
Oh, this could be it. Minnie with the overwhelm. 2 Phoenixes on the board.
Barb Barrel to distract the Fish Boy. Skelly King all the way in.
Wow,
Skelly
that's
King
it, man.
inside Oscar's kitchen, taking whatever he wants from the refrigerator. You wanted cheese cubes tomorrow? Miniminter Skeleton King just ate all of them. Sorry for your lunch. GG, well played. Miniminter just took that and the lunch money.
I mean, one of those guys was top in the world playing Royal Giant, and the other guy is one of the better players in the world playing Royal Giant.
Sure.
And you saw Oscar just kind of almost run his head into the wall over and over and over, just trying to get damage in. Miniminter does what Sandbox does, what Mohammed does, what Line does, what Ruben used to do with RG. Wait, wait, wait. Find the opening and decimate, and that's exactly what we saw.
Oh man, this bird pop here, and then the Skelly King getting all the way in and deciding that that tower is where his mace should live. Just absolute brutalization, and Miniminter just shows his class in that one.
And I love there we see that next RG come down. Minnie just goes, just in case you thought you maybe could have defended, there's another Royal Giant coming down the lane. Only 5 RGs played, but the damage done on Miniminter's side substantially greater than his opponent. King Oscar gets 5 Skeleton Kings down, 4 Mother Witches down, not able to do it. And I do gotta say, the Mother Witch, it almost felt like she wasn't as impactful as she needed to be, because Minnie was so aggressively trying to stop her that it almost felt like Oscar shied away from playing it more.
And it almost felt like the fireball should have been a factor here. We have 2 matchups Glitter played, both kind of variations where it was minor, game number 1, RG game number 2, but in the end, you know, we talk about the underdog story. It ends here for Oscar.
Yeah.
It's the world-class play of Miniminter sends him through to our semis.
To Oscar's credit, though, this is their best performance yet here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, and improving from split to split. Like, that's huge for someone that's new to the scene because, you know, we don't know what's going to happen next time.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it at the top of the show. I mean, the only thing that he kind of has on his resume is 2 finishes here, and now he has his highest finish ever with Air Surfer being one of the guys he took down along the way. Congratulations to you, Oscar, and he got a nice little payday.
Yeah,
Exactly.
taking home 500.
You know what? That's a good note as well. We'll check back in on the bracket, remind everybody where we're at because that's all of our quarterfinals matchups now in the books, and we have our semi-final set. It's time for another quick break, but when we return, we'll be starting off the top of the bracket with Bruzani. Do not go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. Our semifinals matchups are right around the corner, and this could potentially be the opportunity for Brew to be the back-to-back champion here, as that's the first matchup we're going to be setting our sights on here. Brew against Sweep.
I like this matchup a lot. You have a young gun out of the USA. You have the unpredictable, enigmatic man out of Canada. I think the big question here, Andrew, is do we see Sweep come in and like really go serious here? Or do we see the thing that Sweep tends to do when we get into sort of the semis range where he just kind of YOLOs and we don't know what happens?
It's tough because with Sweep, they both work a lot of the time, but you know, at the highest level in competition, sometimes he gets caught, and I don't know. We'll have to find out because Brew's kind of on a glory run today. We talked about it earlier. He only lost 2 games when he was champion last time. He's only lost 1 game today so far. Sweep playing great. He's also lost 1 game. I think the other thing, and we'll get there in a little bit, but Mini is perfect on the day. More on that in just a little bit. But Brew has been doing it in style. Love watching him play. Love the way he did it. Him and BFist, that set I thought was going to be a lot more even, but he came out early and he came out strong. You can see right here, not even a minute into game number 1, and that was already chalked up and ready to go on to game number 2. And then you go over to this is still the end of game number 1. Just no way for BFist to break on through, and that's what Brew wanted. Then you go to game number 2, and this was the conversation we kept having. This felt like more of a misstep by BFist than domination by Brew's Hog Rider. But you know what? If you're going to allow your opponent to do that over and over again, good for you, Brew. You're on to our semis once again.
And Bruzani might be canny to continue
There
moving
it
on
is.
here. Thank you very much. To take a good look at Sweep, because you're trying to deck pick against Sweep, and you might as well try to predict the weather with your eyes closed. It's insane.
I mean, that's why when you go up against Sweep, you maybe try to go a little unpredictable, because we saw what happened in his last matchup when his opponent ran Hog. It was just sheer domination.
Yeah, absolute, complete destruction. Sweep's in form today. Sweep in form is very scary, and that should be a problem for Brew.
And we see right here, this was that first game where it felt like Sweep was in trouble, but these final moments, just sheer domination. Executioner breaks on through, a misplaced minor, and it was all sewn up after that. Very, very well done by Sweep.
Sweep and Bruzani. This is going to be a whole fun one. Can our defending champion defend here? And this is a tough out for him, Leonard.
I'm actually really excited to watch this matchup. Obviously, we're at the top of the semifinals, so chat, that means we have to check back in with you as well. All right, it's time for another poll, so let us know your thoughts down below in that Twitch chat poll. Who you think is going to be winning this first semifinals matchup? Will it be the defending champion in Bruzani, or will it be Sweep who ends up taking him out? I mean, I personally am a little bit of a fan of the back-to-back story.
Me too.
So I may or may not be pulling for Brew a little bit here.
You know what? Sweep just won a lot of money at CRO World Finals. I don't remember what his bag was there, but
it was like 20K.
Well, 20K.
Okay, he's fine.
But he made it for the first round, so he got even more than 20K.
20 plus. Yeah, it was like
20
30
plus.
something.
So you know what? Brews, our lifetime earnings are definitely behind Sweep. So as much as I love Sweep, good guy, like hanging out with him, I'm voting for Brew here because let's put some more bags in that kid's pocket.
Me too. Let's see how it goes.
This could be one of those things for Bruzani where it's like he always wins at SPS. Like he's indestructible at SPS. Even if his accolades might not be as high as Sweep's, maybe this is just where he is the absolute best. And Sweep looking like he's coming out with Electro Giant? Question mark?
Sweep, by the way, he will call me out for picking against him when I do. I'm not picking him to lose here. I'm just saying that Brew needs Brew has earned less prize money than Sweep. That's the only thing I'm saying.
Sweep is DMing you and playing right now. That's why he's not playing
Honestly,
Elixir.
I wouldn't surprise it. I wouldn't be surprised.
So now just a bit of a stop and stare here. RG against EG is what it feels like. And I think we saw Sweep at World Finals. Yes, Sweep at World Finals run Electro Giant against Arden. Does this all sound correct, Rich? My memory does not deceive me. I believe that was one of the 100-0 matchups that we saw at World Finals.
Yeah, that was a thing. And here we go, Bird. We didn't see Bird at World Finals.
I do love that you call it Bird. Like, you refuse to call it Phoenix, and I don't have a problem with it.
I like that. I just like, there are certain things that just are what they are, and that's a bird.
Yeah, it's a bird. You're not wrong. So, battle at the bridge. We're getting fired. I can see it. They're bringing in other casters.
Cannon gonna go ahead and see. I call the cannon what it is.
Yeah.
Cannon gonna go ahead and take care of slowing that Royal Giant. One shot does get through, and now just gonna slowly take care of business here. And it is tremendous to see the difference of impact in the Phoenix after all these balance changes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, it now feels like a balanced card in the game that is still very strong, that is not just going to win every... I mean, basically, it felt like if 2 Phoenixes were on the board and you were down even 1 Elixir, you would just lose. So I think what Sweep maybe went for with this, Rich, is that he was thinking Mighty Miner would definitely come out in game 1, and maybe that's why the E-Giant comes out. I mean, I remember there was that moment where Mighty Miner was really popular, then E-Giant got really popular, then we didn't see as much Mighty Miner anymore. Could be the conversation. Does that go to the Fisherman? No.
No, but I really like that Golden Knight a lot here, because now you're going to see Fish Boy go down. Golden Knight will turn around and take care of the Barb Barrel. And Brew has to spend on the left-hand side, which means Golden Knight gets the dash on the right.
And somehow 2 Phoenixes are still on the board behind that E-Giant. I mean, this is already good game.
Oh, boy.
There's just no way around it. I mean, wow.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
If Sweep is in competition playing E-Giant, run the other direction.
Yeah.
That was beautiful.
That was some nice stuff for Sweep. The question is, can he? Sweep.
Can he?
Back to...
Fish Boy doing him not dirty, I mean, by any means. Brew had the right idea there, but it's all about that Mighty Miner. And, you know, that I do love the call of coming out with E-Giant looking for Mighty Miner, and it's so incredibly ineffective there. Lightning to clean things up, and these are fun numbers. 1 Lightning, 1 NATO, 1 E-Giant, 1 Tower.
I don't know if we can run that replay one more time while we're getting ready for our next matchup. They pulled it perfectly, and then we didn't have a chance to talk about it, but that was a really nice sequence from top to bottom by Brew. It was really nicely done on the defensive side, and you saw how he turned it into the offensive side. So I think we're going to get it back up again, right? So he has the offensive play on the left-hand side. The Golden Knight goes to take care of the Mother Witch, so the Goblins aren't getting taken off by the Mother Witch. Then the Goblins go reverse around. And again, this is what I was talking about. That Golden Knight's close to dead, but Brew has to spend a whole bunch. The NATO pulls that in. And even if this didn't completely shred Tower here, it did open up a significant situation on both sides here for the Canadians.
The patience by Sweep in that sequence was just absolutely phenomenal, from when to use the NATO to when to use the Lightning, when to dash with the Golden Knight, all things done perfectly. And again, that's what it's like when you're top tier, S-class player, one of the best, like 0.001% in the world. None of that's a mistake. None of that's an accident. It's all beautifully and brilliantly sequenced, and I love the defense from that Golden Knight plus the Goblins that turned into enough support for that left-hand side.
Well, the fun thing is when you start seeing troops reverse tank for each other, right?
Yeah.
So you see the Golden Knight taking care of the Goblins. It slides through and they do their job there, take the Mother Witch off the board. And then the Goblins go through in front of the Golden Knight and open up the lane for the Golden Knight to go to the right-hand lane.
Yep.
And all of that forcing stuff to happen over there so that then this Electro Giant double bird push on the left-hand side.
Yeah, the double bird.
Just rolls downhill.
And that was, I think, also one of those situations where I don't know. Maybe net RG isn't what you want to do when there's that much still on the board for Sweep. It felt like Brew just let the game get away from himself just a little bit there. But again, you got to give credit where credit's due. And that was, again, perfectly orchestrated by Sweep in a great game number 1. Brew gets his 2nd game loss of the day. Can he repeat his first run to victory and reverse sweep this against Sweep himself?
All the things that you said there at one time, and if you want to hear more like that, well, don't forget to like and subscribe to this channel. Never miss a moment of the action here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, you guys heard us talk about this is the last show here for CR for the year. You got to imagine you're not going to want to miss any of the action next year. And of course, we talked about it a lot, era of everyone. You could be here competing. We could be casting your matches in 2023.
And Goblins make that Monk go a little, hey there, big boy. Monk moving pretty quickly with the Goblins pushing and little tankage.
Yeah, that actually works out really well. Those Goblins create enough pressure that Sweep has to play that Flying Machine down. Then he hits the Monk ability, Brew does, and it ends up getting him a good amount of damage, and now this Flying Machine just isn't quite as scary.
I just don't understand how lasers are melee.
I know. When I was trying to abuse Monk, it would be very frustrating.
But you know what's interesting is, you could think of maybe that change with Inferno Dragon and with the Inferno Beam and the lasers, all that different stuff, for being a thing to make it so Monk wasn't so abusive.
Yeah, it'd be too much.
But they were definitely, but that means that those things were done, unless, like, were they changed so they wouldn't abuse Monk, or were those already part of the, were those
Right, was that
already melee
already?
attacks?
I think maybe it was already.
Which is a really weird way to categorize a laser. And you show me,
Laser.
unless it's a laser sword, show me a laser that's a melee attack.
Right now. Goblin Hut in. What is this? Okay, so Sweep could still have his Royal Hogs, but happy to not have to play him.
Yeah, he's chilling. He's chilling right now.
Yeah, he's this whole set, he's been straight chilling. And this is the type of thing where Brew wanting to get to where he wants in his career. I mean, we heard him talk last time out in his post-championship interview saying that 2023 is the year that he wants to go to World Finals. These are the type of guys that you're going to be running into time and time again along the way and there.
And just doubling down on that left-hand lane. I like the split pigs here to go ahead and give those half-dead recruits on the right-hand side a bit more to do. And so what you might see here, does the flying machine survive long enough for a shot on the tower? And it does.
Look at that, 15-30. Now the poison comes in. Poison is going to be enough, though. And Brew's going to steal this game if he can continue to just ride that little bit of spell power damage. I mean, that's the thing, is Sweep can do as much as he wants, but Brew can always steal it in those final moments.
Mighty Miner kind of all over the place right now. Miner to the front, picked up by the 6-man, 4 to the right, 2 to the left, courtesy of that Miner pulling to the right-hand lane. And again, this is that sweet spot for the flying machine, but it's the bird comes out and gets it off the board.
Piggies go for an even 2-2 split. After seeing all that pile up, I would have loved to see maybe a 1-3 split, 3 going to the right-hand side, but I think it was maybe just a second too late for Sweep to react. And pop that ability in a second. No, there it is. Get that death damage on tower.
Nice Goblin pickup, 10-25 on the right-hand side, 14-14 in that same lane. Sweep does have dual lane options, as he should with this deck. Not sure it matters right now, as those piggies make a meal, but keep an eye on.
Oh, I love that. I was like, the fact that the Phoenix stayed alive, there's 2 Phoenixes on the board, the Monk is there to tank for him. I was like, this could be the moment where Sweep loses this game, and a brilliant, predictive poison to just stop it all in its tracks. Love it.
Yeah, that was a nice poison. We've seen some nice poisons today, and I think that's one of those big things, is that poisons, a lot of people will try to make sure they're always getting poison value on tower, especially once you get into triple. Winning a couple of bridge fights based on poison can be the key to winning that matchup. And in this case, with 135 left, let's see, one more poison will do it. Can he get that poison back around?
Doesn't need it. There it is. Oh, yes, he does need it. Beautiful play there. Brew gets swept by Sweep, who, again, on paper, that's the way it probably should go. You watch it play out, and I think this is a moment where if you're Bruzani, you have to go, you know what? I did pretty good in this set. These are the things I could have improved upon. This is maybe what I did wrong. This is maybe the matchup decision that I made that was incorrect. This is where I build from. It's okay to lose against one of the best in the world, and it wasn't like he got dominated in this set. Yes, it was a 2-0, but we saw this game go the distance.
Well, you have another deep performance by Brew, getting all the way here to the semifinals, taking home some good money here overall. And, he was speaking to him privately offline a few minutes ago, saying that his set in the quarterfinals was probably his best set of both splits of Snapdragon Pro Series. So a lot to walk away from here to be happy with. The money, the good performance, feeling like his skill level is improving. This was a tough situation against a world-class opponent.
100%. And you watch Sweep kind of pick apart that game slowly. The great decision-making. I mean, the fact that he only used the huts twice, but they were still there to save from wall breakers. Those last-second recruits at the bridge time and time again. You see there's 7 flying machines coming out. That's exactly what you want. Abuse, abuse, abuse with the flying machine. And, of course, that predictive or anticipatory poison up high. You love to see it. It's something that people need to get used to doing. If you're going against wall breakers, if you're getting used to like those lumber loon pushes, those early poisons can save you.
Anticipatory is a phenomenal, another way you could say predictive, and I was really here for it. Glitter. We're getting into talking about anticipatory. I am anticipating our next semifinals match.
I was anticipating how many times you could use the word in a sentence. I thought you were going to get more than 2 in there. I'm a little disappointed, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, did you anticipate that I would disappoint you?
I just leave. Just get me out of here. What is happening?
Listen, we're what, like 70-80% of the way through. So you guys, this is when it starts to happen.
This is when it gets going.
This is when things really start to pick up. Here's we take a look back at the bracket. I mean, phenomenal performance there from Bruzani. Sweep making their way through to the finals, though, and now it is time for us to determine who will be facing Sweep in those finals, because our last semifinals match, Hael versus Mini, is what we've got coming up right around the corner.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the numbers, you know, Mini's perfect on the day, but he's played two very different class opponents than Hael has. Hael has gone 2-1 in 2 sets back-to-back against arguably two of the biggest names in the entire bracket. And the fact that he's still standing strong, he's playing well, he's doing it with different decks, I love it. The macro, the micro, it's all on point. And, you know, starting with Ian, ending with Arden, now going on to Mini, that's a good 1-2-3.
Yeah, that's a phenomenal 1-2-3. The question is, can he get that third out and get himself all the way to the finals? This is a very difficult matchup for him all the way around. Hael's been great, and it seems like he is back in form. But, you know, you're talking about a world-class player who definitely has put up a little bit more than Hael over the course of his career, and a guy who people forget was meant to be attached to 2 different CRL teams in 2020, and circumstances prevented that from coming to fruition. But this is a guy who's been at this high level for a very, very long time, and it seems to be recovering his form.
Yeah, the numbers don't lie, right? He was one of the guys that got brought on through. I mean, we didn't talk about it at the top of the show, but, you know, 6 players were pushed right on through to our finals based off of their performances in the rounds. The other 10 came in based off of points. Mini showed up one time. He went 5-0, and that's why he's here where he is today. You talk about Mini in 2022, I imagine it was disappointing for him, for his fans, for a lot of people, but that's the way that it goes at the highest level. Every season you can't be a banger, and Mini looks like he's coming back. He's coming back into form. I mean, you look at what he's done today. Yes, it's against players that are maybe not quite as strong as his opponents played, but still going 4-0 in 2 sets is incredibly impressive.
I'm waiting to see if Hael can just continue this reign of terror on the bottom half of the bracket.
It's
at
a
this
glory
point.
run for
Yeah.
That's going to be a really impressive performance for him if he can make it go all the way through. But, you know, you talk about the out he has for Mini Minter. Mini, I think, has been to this position a few more times. And for Hael, if he can make it happen, then he has to, again, go all the way through to our finals against Sweep. And you have 2 players who are similarly dangerous in that back-to-back outing.
All right, well, our last semifinals matchup is about to get underway, so let's see how it plays out.
I mean, no matter what, we're going to get Sweep versus Hael or Sweep versus Mini Minter for our finals, and this is exactly what you want to see here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. You talk about when winning matters. This has now become a top dog competition, right? This is now, I've beaten the best players in the world to win the Snapdragon Pro Series.
And we'll see if either one of them can make this one happen. And Hael and Mini both kind of hanging this time. We have not had a staring contest yet today. And finally here in our semifinals, we get what we call an extended break. So, Andrew, as long as we're waiting here, I'm curious. I know I shot -2 this morning. Have you broken par yet?
No.
No.
The closest I've gotten is 2 over.
That's phenomenal.
It's not
though.
bad. It's not bad.
For a new disc golfer, first time playing at World Finals in Helsinki, Finland.
Yes, that is true. I cannot wait. If we do World Finals again next year in Finland, we are going to go disc golfing at least 6 times as much as we did.
Oh, yes, which would be 6 times. It would be phenomenal.
Yes. It was me, you, Juicy, AC, and a couple of our incredible community managers, Joao and Luis. I hope that Joao gets better.
Yeah, me too. And I hope that AC stays as bad as he is. Those are the 2 things that I hope right now.
He's so mad. Like, he's watching right now, and he's furious that you said that. He's going to go practice right now.
It's not my fault that my son is better than he is.
AC and I have gone maybe 6 or 7 times, and he has never beaten me.
You know, one thing I do really like, though, Andrew, is that we are only about 8 seconds away from gameplay, maybe even 3 from happening. So let's go ahead and hope that one of these guys has fingers.
Watch them draw this all the way out just to mess with us. There we go. Okay, recruits come down in the back. Mini's going Royal Hogs plus. Hael's got Zappies to match. We'll see if he goes with, it looks like he might be going RG. So already you just see all the things that are on the board to stop Mighty Miners from existing.
Yeah.
And maybe we won't see either player play a Mighty Miner.
Pig. Big pig.
Oh, the
lot
weight.
of pig.
Oh, that's a huge dash. Get the dash in.
Will you get it? No! You know what? The whole game freezes except for the
He got it.
blades
He got it.
and the. Oh, he did get it.
He did
Yeah,
get it.
Worked out nicely. It's weird how the game pauses, but the blades of the flying machine and the lily pads through the water still go. What a strange, strange thing that is.
You know, Rich, I've always said one of my favorite things about you is your attention to detail.
Thank you very much. None of my teachers ever said that. They all said,
Leave me alone.
no, consistent on report cards throughout my entire life was high potential applies himself inappropriately. So that makes sense that I work in video games now.
Who's laughing now? All right.
Royal Giant behind the giant skeleton, and here we go, the high goblin hut to slow things down. RG will get, no, the kaboom means RG does get some shots, doesn't matter though. Look at that right-hand
Wow,
tower,
yeah,
that's
done.
a very dead one.
Yeah, I mean, you see there, it seems like it felt like Hael was too distracted with his offensive push. You saw the barbell comes in to clean up the hut, the fireball comes down to clean everything else up, but the problem is that your opponent is still playing offense on the other side of the board. That's something you have to always remember. And someone like Mini, we saw it earlier with Arden, they're always looking to get on offense and defend as cheaply as possible.
Yep, those are the two things. Underspend on defense and then try to get on offense when you can. And there it worked out nicely. For Mini Minter, who goes up one, we are very close to Canada versus Peru in our finals. And that would be a fun matchup. I was trying to figure out if Sweep and Mini Minter have ever played on the same team. I thought that they had it once, but I can't seem to find a situation where they were actually on the same team. I thought they maybe done it in CCS, but I don't think that Mini Minter actually played in Clash Contender Series, but that's neither here nor there because Mini Minter still has to get one more win over Hael to make that matchup happen.
Yeah, and you look at the numbers here, it's just clear. I mean, obviously, we waited till 1 minute of gameplay, in regulation to get started, which is why there was so little that happens. I always wonder how pros feel in those moments where they wait and then they lose in like 1 minute, you know? Like, are they like, man, maybe I should have played earlier, or should I have just done one thing different in my defense? Because they both stop and stare, and then the game's over like that. It doesn't allow for much breathing room for any sort of mistake.
I wonder what they think about while they're waiting for those 2 minutes.
Yeah, me too.
Right? Are they like dialed into the game, or are they like, well, let's see, I had a milkshake during lunch. It was my whole lunch. I should have probably had some real
protein,
food.
but I like milkshakes.
But could I have another milkshake for dinner, or would that be too many milkshakes?
Well, this is the type of thing where, I mean, luckily we can go and harass both of them on Twitter and ask them what they were thinking in that time. But it is Mini who comes out on top, still yet to find... no one can seem to find a weakness in Mini's gameplay today. I think it's because he's had great deck choices, and he's just been playing like the way that you expected Mini to play at the end of 2021.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know who's working with Mini tonight. You know, I'm going to go ahead and maybe throw a bone to the group there and see if I can figure out who's working with Mini or if he's soloing. But so far, he has been absolutely on point through this team. You talk about, I believe, has not dropped a game yet, as far as I know.
Yeah, and you look at what he's done. He did Royal Hogs. Wow. He goes RG. He goes Mighty Miner Wall Breakers. He goes Graveyard, Giant Skeleton. I mean, he's playing all over the board, which I love to see.
This is what I talked about, though, was that a meta that favors mid-weight decks favors Mini Minter.
3-6, 4-0,
right?
3-9, 3, yeah.
Yeah. So a fast cycle deck meta doesn't really favor Mini Minter. Beatdown meta is not his jam, but when the meta sits in that 3 to 4 range, that's when you start seeing him shine.
Yeah, and the cheapest deck that he ran is the 2.9 Wall Breakers deck, which, you know, that makes sense. Everything else much heavier.
And now you see Mini Minter, as I say that, go to Hoggy Q.
Yeah.
So kind of cycly.
Hoggy Q against Lava. Okay, this will be interesting. So we see the aggressive push opposite lane. Mighty Miner there to catch. Can't use the ability to get much out of it, obviously just to reset the drill. And now Hog Rider comes down. No elixir to support this Lava, and the Mighty Miner sneaks in front. That worked out very well for Mini Minter.
And he might try to kite I think he might even just ignore them.
Yeah,
he's going to ignore those.
Should end pretty even. I was thinking maybe he plays an Ice Spirit because the minions with the buff do a good amount of damage, but, you know, still very even.
And there you go. The Ice Spirit saves the Muskie and prevents almost all the damage on the right-hand side. And that leaves about a 2.5, 3 elixir advantage for Mini Minter. And he protects the connected mortar. Very, very nice. And that Phoenix goes down.
Everything
Won't
about
repop.
that was just wonderful.
Oh, man.
The late ability, the fact, yeah, I know. And now the Hog Rider comes in. You have to continue to spend down to 0, but the problem is you're spending down to 0 just to stay alive, while your opponent is continually spending down to 0 and getting a lot out of it.
The wheel's just coming off for Hael right now, as both towers are absolutely shredded.
Now, if I'm Mini, I just cycle cheap cards in the back. I mean, he's going to go aggressive. Okay, never mind. I mean, that's why he's good at this game, and that's why I'm at the desk. But I do think that this aggressive play on the mortar at least leaves the door open a little bit, whereas I feel like he already had it basically sewn up with one hog hit and EQ cycle.
Well, we'll see if this was the right call. He is going away from the...
Yeah, the 3-card cycle, yeah, I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out.
Yeah, and nothing. Can he get back to a mortar? Maybe he has to get back to the mortar. Yep, There you go. He needs to get the tower, cycle back to a mortar in time. The fireball zap to get the
First
musk off the board. Second musk down. Ice Spirit slows and controls everything.
Beautiful.
This was brilliantly played.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you want. The early cycled Musketeer and Mortar, those are the two most important cards you got to get back to. Now Hog Rider in the back, Mortar up high. This is great. Now you've got a free tank that also can play offense. Mini now attacking all sides of the board. Very, very well done.
And look at the Mighty Miner sneak in, forces the zap out on defense, which means no help on offense. And just like that, Hael's run ends. He waves the white flag. GG, well played. Mini Minter stays clean on the day, and we have a banger of a finals coming up next.
I mean, if you are a content creator, if you're Mini Minter, just take every gameplay that he's had, all of his gameplay today, and just string it all together, because it has been absolutely phenomenal. Has it been perfect? No, but it has been exceptional. And you see here, this is one of my favorite moments. You protect the mortar, you get the overspin out of your opponent to try to get on top, then you use the ability, mortar still gets another shot. Now the Mighty Miner has a clear path to the tower. I absolutely love where the Mighty Miner's at. And I will say, I've heard people say, you know, Mighty Miner maybe didn't need the buff that it got, but I haven't heard people complain about it being quote-unquote broken yet. I do find it fascinating, and I do love that we're starting to see it in gameplay more. I think because this is very traditional for the West in terms of, like, you know, Asia versus, I mean, guess maybe the rest of the world, is that we love to overcorrect when things are balanced.
Sure.
If it's stronger, we play it. If it's got nerfed, we stop. But as of right now, I think I love where Mighty Miner's at.
Yeah, well, we definitely will have some more gameplay to work this one out. And as we end the competitive year here with what's going to be a phenomenal final, we're going to have to wait and let the ladder sort things out for a little while. But Glitter, here we go to our final matchup of the day. And we have a really wonderful championship.
Yeah, a final matchup where both of our competitors clean sweep through semis, just 2-0, 2-0 to get in there. And like you mentioned earlier, Mini's been perfect all day.
Yeah.
So I think that this one's actually going to be very close once we get into it.
Well, this is going to be a brilliant, brilliant ending. And as we look at the path they've both gone on, sweep, starting off with the win against Andre.
Yay!
Taking out Boom Clown. Then our defending champion, Brew. And you see only one loss in those ones to make it to our final. Other side of that, Mini Minter. With maybe but certainly I'd say the one of the easier roads here. Although Sweep also, you know, both of these guys, while they're world-class players, kind of had an easy run in the first couple of matchups, and now they find themselves with a chance for 4K.
Mini 6-0, Sweep 5-1. Who's it gonna be?
I don't know, but I can't wait to find out, and we will after this short break, so don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Get it, dime on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. We have made our way through the majority of the day, which means our grand final is just moments away, and the competitors that have made their way there today are going to ensure that this is an exciting way to close out our Clash Royale split number 2. I can't wait to get into this. You guys ready? Are you re-energized after that break and prepared for the finals now?
I'm so ready for it. You know, we have a really compelling matchup here between two great players, and a really important question to ask. Who here wins $4,000 to buy their loved one's gift? Will it be Sweep overspending on his girlfriend, or will it be Mini Minter giving his mom yet another huge chunk of change, because he has always cut out a nice piece of that money for his mother?
A little bit of Clash Royale lore there for you guys. You've been a part of the scene for a long time. The story is also about the perfection from both of them throughout their runs. Now, we did talk about how they've maybe had a little bit of an easier run than some of our other competitors in the bracket, but either way, 5-1, 6-0 on the day. Two former world finalists ready to duke it out here. I am so ready for this.
All right, well, for the last time of the day, let's break down the competitors a little bit, starting with Sweep.
Sweep on one side, the Canadian who has been strong on the day, working with Cheesecake for the little deck pick there. So shout out to Cheesecake for getting some shine here on the day. So far, they have made some phenomenal choices. Only dropped one game, and you know there might have been one matchup that wasn't perfect, but when the games, it does not matter.
Yeah, I mean, you got all these beautiful plays from Sweep with this one right here against Brew, our former champion. I mean, this was obviously in our semis. He had a lot of other great things, great matchups happening, but this set was exceptional because it wasn't so heavily one-sided throughout the gameplay. Even though it was a 2-0 sweep by Sweep, it was a great back and forth between two incredible competitors, and Sweep did what Sweep does and what we expected him to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Sweep not telling me, Sweep telling me he's working with Cheesecake. On his other side, Mini Minter refusing to say who he's working with, which I think might be a strategic choice to help avoid the counter snipe of the things that his deck picker might like.
Right,
so, you know, we often know who they're working with, and Mini Minter not letting me in on that secret.
Yeah, you know, it's a fascinating thing when you talk about coaches and analysts talking to players. And, you know, just like how players have the things that they like to lean towards, so do coaches and analysts. I think that's actually a really, really great point that you bring up there, Rich. And Cheesecake wasn't able to make it this time around in the Snapdragon Pro Series, but he's here as an analyst, and it is working out well. Mini Minter, perfect on the day. This was the one moment towards the end of that game where he looked like he could be in trouble. No problem. 2 mortars, 2 musketeers, Ice Spirit, game over.
All right, well, we have many times told you in chat how exciting this grand finals is going to be, which means it's also time to get your opinion. Okay, who do you think is going to be taking home the whole thing, the entire tournament, the $4,000 prize pool? Okay, will it be Sweep or will it be Mini? I think it's probably going to be pretty evenly split in chat with this one.
Yes, but so here's the hard part, right? Is Mini Minter has personally won a lot of money from me.
Oh no!
He regularly won my hosted tournament on my channel to the point where it was basically the Sweep tournament, right? On the other side, I'm sorry, no, it's a Mini Minter tournament.
Yeah, you just basically paid Mini to be in it.
Yeah, I paid Mini to be in it practically. On the other side of it, if I vote against Sweep, he's gonna give it to me if we have him on the interview. So I'm gonna pick Sweep here. Only so he doesn't give me a hard time when if he does win this one.
You know, I haven't talked to Sweep a lot lately. I'm going to pick Mini then, so maybe I can get a conversation started with Sweep if he does end up winning. Either way, I'm excited to see who comes out on top. This is going to be one for the ages.
I appreciate the self-preservation, Rich. I hope it goes well for you in this finals match.
It's my primary motivation with most things, and it's a Night Witch out of Sweep, and yes, it begins.
Lava Clone or Golem? What is it, Rich?
It's just Night Witch clone.
So
this is fascinating.
Yeah, wall breakers. I think Mini maybe thought he could have snuck them by. Maybe he just wanted to cycle anything and get that off the board. Night Witch? It's got to be Golem.
Yeah. Fascinating.
Yeah,
I'm bringing back the C. It's not silent
I'm okay with it.
Thank you.
Night Witch is a card that has just vanished from the competitive scene. It's just never used, it feels like.
Yeah, she's only really used right now in builder battles on Clash of Clans. So.
Big shout out to our sister game, brother game, what do they call it?
I'm not sure, actually, if they have a particular parlance they use.
Good use of parlance.
Thank you very much. I have vocabularies.
So I'm gonna, while they're just kind of having a little bit of, you know, back and forth skirmishes here, I'm gonna pull up my good old friend Royale API. I'm gonna scroll to Night Witch, which might take me about half an hour. There it is. Usage, 1%. 1% usage is Night Witch.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is that the lowest percentage Night Witch has ever been used?
I don't know. I mean, it's shockingly low. I mean, minions were there forever, and now Night Witch maybe taking their spot as this Mighty Miner's just on the tower.
Golden connection.
And High Miner pulls both to the center. Miner should go to the opposite lane. Perfect placement there by Mini. That's when you talk about his micro being on point.
And just goes ahead and eats that as a big pile of rocks. Goes to the left-hand side.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, I've been in this spot before. I love playing Miner wall breakers, and it's just going to be all about this defense. Can he do it? That 2 elixir spent could be more than he thinks.
Having been to Helsinki, I now think we visited the park that inspired the Golem.
Yeah, that is very, very true. That was awesome. I love that place.
A lot of rocks.
And that kite not going to do it, and that's exactly what Sweep is hoping for as he takes another wall breakers hit, but not enough damage done. Mini playing a very, very clean just day.
Miner bats, Night Witch goes to the back, Poison to work on all of that. Bird goes by.
Yeah, I mean that's all it is, right? Now it's just got to sit back and wait. Another Poison's got to come in. Mini Minter can try to do anything. I guess he's going to go super aggressive at the bridge, but that's GG. That's well played. He goes for the dash. All right, you know what? I give credit to Sweep here. He's trying to still keep anything alive. That's GG in game number 1. I don't know. Golem has been such an interesting. It's not fair enough to just be like, I don't like Golem.
Sure.
You know, it really isn't, because we've heard many pros talk about there's instances where Golem is a really great draw, and I don't know what it is about Mini's gameplay today that made Sweep think this is the way to go. But Golem kind of did what we've seen Golem do a lot, which is just come up a little bit short, especially against something that is this quick cycle and create that much pressure in the opposite lane.
Yeah, that did not work out the way he wanted it to, and the pressure from Mini, you know, I talked about Mini not really playing cycle, but he's made his bones these last 2 games by going more in the cycle direction.
Yeah.
And, you know, kind of making me eat my words here a little bit.
And that's the deck. I mean, you know, when you were kind of talking through that, I went and looked at all of his decks on the day, and this is the cheapest one. I think this is the 3rd time he's ran it now, which means he's run it in almost every single set, and he's been very successful with it. And this also kind of goes back to the conversation we had in Finland when all of the guys there that were playing in World Finals were playing the minor wall breakers Magic Archer deck with spears and all that and bats. And we're like, why? And it's because, you know, you always want to play the highest interaction decks to make sure you are on your game the best. And it seems like Mini goes, you know, what's a good way to start the set? I'm very good with this deck. I've played it a lot, and let's set the tone. Now we can go a little heavier.
And then Sweep going full Golem Night Witch. You know, we've talked about this before. I'm very curious about the conversation about that deck pick.
Always.
Obviously, I don't know if he's picking on his own as he often does, or if he's working with somebody. But that's one of those kind of picks where we even remember I remember I brought it up to Morton at CRO World Finals.
Yeah.
When I went to him, I said, hey, Morgan, ask you a question. He goes, why Golem?
Yeah, it's funny because that's exactly what I was thinking of when I was talking a minute ago, was this story.
Yeah, he knew already I was going to ask him why in the lead up to Worlds he kept on playing Golem so much. And he was playing it against Mo and losing with it repeatedly. And he explained his thought process on it, like what he was looking for, how it can get certain matchups. But it's one of those ones where when you play it and don't get what you're looking for, it just leaves you dead.
Yeah.
It just leaves you dead, and I still don't love the play, especially if you're within like a 10th of like a 10 percentile range of skill.
Yeah.
The person you're up against.
Yeah, I mean, because the thing there is you saw Mini just completely control the game. He still had enough elixir to send those wall breakers in, to get a little bit more damage in. Miners in. Defense was very easy there. Bomb Tower plus, I believe, Poison just made it all sewn up very quickly. Now Lumberjack out from Sweep, so Sweep going maybe could be Ram Rider. And Mother Witch making me think a little bit more that direction.
And Piggy Touch. Lumberjack is, I'll say this, Sweep has stayed unpredictable.
Yeah,
right?
very true. Lumberjack, Mother Witch, Zappies.
You're probably right with Ram Rider.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know anymore.
Mortar Hog for Mini, okay.
Okay, so Mortar Hog been more and more popular. It's so weird for someone that loves Mortar as much as I do. I just don't really like the synergy of Mortar Hog, and I know that's a personal thing. It's not a real thing.
That's fair. It's had its moments, had its shine.
Wow.
This is going to be a nice bit of damage on the right-hand side. Hog gets a bunch of damage as well, but this Ram Rider is going to pretty much even the course, and Sweep decides to force Mini Minter to make a play there. He might have gotten a bit more out of the Ram Rider had the Valk not come out to play for the Lumberjack. I know that he's going to come out ahead on Elixir, but I don't love the play.
So Zappy's going to come in here to try to stop. Hog's going to get at least 2 hits here, maybe even 3 if he doesn't spend anything else. Wow. Okay, so 5:08 remaining on Sweep's tower. Remember, Sweep has got his back up against the wall. He has to win this game or else Mini Minter is the champion. Season 2 Split 2 of SPS, and there you go. Nice connection here all the way across the board. No, I thought the cannon cart would have maybe gotten a little bit more in. Great use of the ability.
Nice work indeed. 892 to 508. Things now nice and close here as we go to the final minute of regulation time. Elixir flowing twice as fast as before.
I will say that Mini Minter allowing this go to a 2-tower game could be his demise. I think that's where Sweep could really take control of the game. Mini needs this to be a 1-tower bout.
And the Lumberjack Ram Rider push to the opposite lane here. Lumberjack takes the queen off the board.
I mean, that's more than enough. I mean,
Wow.
there's a power pile up on the king tower, but this is an easy 2-tower situation for Sweep. This is exactly what I was just talking about.
Wow, and Ram Rider plus Cannon Cart get on the king tower as well. And just like that, any advantage Sweep might have had, any advantage the Mini Minter would have had is completely erased.
Sweep doing an excellent job there. Mini Minter just getting way too aggressive offensively. I don't think he needed to look for an offensive opening at all. He sells out in the right-hand lane. Sweep goes, no problem. Let me just go Lumberjack Ram opposite.
Ram Rider trying to break through this, won't get it done. This will stop it. Cannon Cart plus Mother Witch on that king tower,
That's it.
Raged up. And we are going to a game 3. Sweep keeps it alive. And in what exciting fashion, here we go, a best of 1 for $4,000 on its way.
That's just one of those, man, it feels like you threw. It feels like you just let the game slip through. You were completely in control, going back and forth there. I mean, maybe not completely in control. Maybe that's a bit of an overstatement, but it felt like Mini did not need to get that aggressive offensively at that moment. This is, though, where it all opened up at the beginning. You see a Hog on both sides, but you see there, Valkyrie, guards, Hog Rider, all in a lane that I feel like didn't need that much support, but maybe he was just worried that his opponent was going to play into the same lane. Didn't matter, though. Great call there by Sweep to go opposite.
Yeah, and then just completely runs away with it, and you see the effect of rage on all this stuff as well. So look at the expenditure that has to happen for that Ram Rider, because there's no other option at the moment. And then kaboom, that's a raged up Cannon Cart. I don't know if you know this, Andrew, a raged up Cannon Cart does a lot of damage.
It sure does, and those Cannon Carts put in work for Sweep. I mean, you talk about a card that got a buff from a movement speed. You talk about Mighty Miner Cannon Cart, another one of those cards. The slowness of the Cannon Cart is so nice. It just allows you to play more in front of it, makes the timing a little bit awkward, and you saw that Zappies plus Cannon Cart push that ended up just baiting a lot of elixir out of Mini. Mini, one of those situations, I mean, it's tough because there was so many big uppercuts thrown throughout that first minute-ish of gameplay that it felt like it was going to 2 towers no matter what. But I do think that Mini needed to maybe recognize that 2-tower game, he's going to lose just because Sweep's deck was so much heavier.
I'm curious about the choices being made there. I mean, one of the things that Mini Minter did was he made the kind of the up down the line choice, right? NATO out, play Hog. Right? It felt like he wasn't able to get the mortar involved on defense, which was kind of strange here. I'd love to see him. I don't know who's going to win this one on the back end. If it is Mini Minter, this is going to be the game we ask him about.
Exactly. Like, what happened here? What was your thought process? Those big swings early on when you saw that he had Ram and you had Hog. Was that a situation where you realized you'd already lost because it's going to go to a 2-tower game? I don't know. Either way, Sweep did exactly what he needed to do, which goes, all right, if this is just a 1-tower situation, I keep going in the same lane, I could lose. If I'm able to open this up to 2 lanes, I could win. And all he needed to do was give himself a shot.
Yeah, that's all he needed. And a shot was what was taken, and now here we are in game number 3. Now, a reminder, game number 1 was the Mighty Miner Wall Breakers deck for Mini Minter up against the Golem Night Witch for Sweep. We just saw Hog Mortar for Mini, and then Sweep running Ram Rider Lumberjack, which turned out to be a successful matchup. NATO out, Miner and Hog both played, so not much way for Mini Minter to capitalize on the NATO being gone right now.
Well, so I think you said Barrel, Log, and NATO are all out for Sweep, right?
Correct.
Maybe we go a little Beatty up in here, right?
Not a bad idea.
Something like that to throw him off base. He's, maybe he goes for something like arrows plus, recruits and Hog, just so he has like a small spell in a deck that it all kind of synergizes together. But this also goes back to what you're kind of talking about, Rich, whereas if this is out of play, then I do this. And I think you got to think maybe 1 or 2 steps past that if you're going against Sweep.
Trying to predict Sweep is impossible here. I can think of what maybe Mini Minter would do.
Also GY, because I think Mother Witch is out, right?
Yeah, that's also a possibility. Poison's still in, and it's Piggies for Sweep.
So we called the Piggies from Sweep. No surprise there. I mean, it's impossible to predict him, so I'm almost more surprised that I said Piggies. And Zappies plus... Zappies interesting, because I think Mighty Miner was already played, but...
And Piggies here for Mini Minter as well.
Wow, this is a fascinating matchup thus far. Recruits out in both directions, Piggies out in both directions. Or excuse me, not recruits.
Zappies on one side, Recruits on the other. Picks for both. Golden Knight versus the Skeleton King.
And Flying Machines in both directions. Sweeps Flying Machine going to take the W there in that bout.
Mini might have Fireball. Sweep already played Fireball last game.
Yeah, I think Sweep has to just have arrows here. The question is, does he have arrows and Snowball, or does he just have one spell?
Could be Arrow Zap as well. Probably more likely to be Arrow Snowball, though. Although he might, yeah, and there you go. There's the Snowball, and one pig does get on.
Yeah, that's great. All those goblins are gone. Allows the pig to get on top of tower. Now this fisherman has to be dealt with. Sweep down by about 300 HP. And a barb hut. Wow.
Okay.
It's like a thing of nightmares. It's one of those things where it's been gone for so long that I still hate it.
Yes. And well, you know what? There is nobody. You know, the Goblin Hut rework seems to have been a win for it. You know, we'll still see if it's a little bit early, too early to tell. Nothing has made me more happy than the Barb Hut rework not making Barb Hut more popular.
I know, and you know it's funny because and Barb Hut is still like kind of viable, and the Goblin Hut thing I'm okay with. Like as of right now, I'm okay with it. We'll see where I'm at in a few months. So right now it's just a lot of board control, not a lot of difference in damage. We have Sweep with Poison, you know, so he's still got a good big spell that's going to be really, really nice when you talk about those Recruits plus Flying Machine plus Zappies coming in.
He actually has to be really happy about a Sweep having Poison for those Recruits specifically.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Fireball would be a problem. So look, Mini Minter has the advantage that Fireball can get on the Flying Machine. Sweep has the advantage of Poison. Won't take things out as fast, but way more effective there.
Yeah, we just saw, you know, we've seen the difficulty of big spells that aren't poison trying to clean up Royal Recruits pushes with Flying Machines behind and split Royal Hogs and all that, whether it's Lightning, even Fireball, just when they split up, it makes it kind of more difficult, but the poison is really nice because you're always going to get dual lane pressure. And that's what we see right now. Mini getting a ton of damage in on both lanes. Wow, it's like he has twice as much elixir as Sweep. That's it.
That's so much damage. It's so crazy. That's so crazy. And I seen Mom123 in the Twitch chat saying Sweep uses the craziest decks.
Yep. That's why we love him.
Yep, absolutely.
And that right there, that's the nail in the coffin. All that Fireball value comes in. Sweep only has 380 HP, 88 HP remaining. And you know what? I am excited to talk to Mini.
Yes.
I'm excited to see what he has to say about this matchup, this set, his career, all of that in general.
Barb Hut just ain't it.
Wow.
And that's, I feel like that Golden Knight was like kind of tricking us for a second.
Yeah.
He was like, am I going to do it? Yeah.
Am I going to win the game or not?
And there we go. Mini Minter, our champion here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, second split of Season 2, $4,000, a big-time win to take the final official competition of our 2022 season.
And only one game lost while running it through, doing it in style against some of the best in the world. You love to see it, and there that is, that brutal push at the end. Rich, I'm pretty sure Royal Recruits and Royal Hogs are back.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things are back. This is, you know, we had a weird bump here where basically the only two things that existed were a bird and a ball guy.
Yep.
And now we are back to a place where the meta, it's still early to call it. It's still early, but might the meta be fairly balanced, and how long will that last?
You know what? I agree. It feels like it's in a good spot right now. And yes, it's still very, very new. We'll see about Gob Hut. We'll see about Mighty Miner. But at least in the competitive scene that we saw today, it wasn't just Monk and Phoenix and Royal Giant. We saw Bait. We saw Wall Breakers. We saw Hogs. We saw Mortar. We saw Graveyard. We saw so much out there. And I think that is very indicative of the meta being at least in a healthier spot than it was just moments, or maybe months ago.
We saw Lava. Did you see Lava? We saw Lava.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have seen Lava maybe, but we saw Lava. And what we did see, Glitter, is a new champion here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. A deserving champion for sure in Mini Minter.
Which means you also might finally get an answer to your question about who was helping him now that there's
no
worry about a strategy reveal.
That's a good question. Yeah.
Now we know. We know
phenomenal.
Sweep had cheesecake. Glitter keeping us on our points.
Thank you very much.
And, you know, we might, if we get a chance to speak with him in a little bit, then you can just ask him.
I'll ask him all
in
the
the
questions.
moment. Yeah.
I'll ask him all the questions. Minnie, well, how much are you giving to your mom for this one?
Yes, that's
Who
important.
was helping you out?
Minnie,
was
what
up
were
with that
you
push?
thinking about when you and Hael were just sitting there? Were you thinking
Yes.
about the game, or were you thinking about milkshakes?
That's a good
These
question.
are important questions we have to ask.
Very important. And what kind of milkshake?
Yeah, Oreo.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. It says a lot about Andrew.
Peanut butter, bro. What's wrong with you?
So you look at this, Minnie, 1 game lost, and it's 2 sweep. A world finalist, 2 over Hael, 2-0 over King Oscar, and 2-0 over Vempers. What a great day. 8-1, $4 and a milkshake. Not bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. You know, I've been saying to the NA players that this competition is, you know, for lack of a better word, just pure opportunity.
It is.
Because a lot of the big time NA pros either like haven't been playing the competition or have been like forgetting about it and then coming in. And we're seeing here, look at the number of NA pros, like top tier pros who came in here and walked away with $500 or more off of a relatively small amount of work comparatively to what a whole CRL season takes. And I'm hoping that we continue to see them participate in the Snapdragon Pro Series events at this same rate, at the same level, not only so that they can have the opportunity, you know, put some money in your pocket, but also give the era of everyone players a chance to come out and make a name for themselves, get some reps against the best, maybe prove that they belong at those higher levels.
And I love, again, that this truly is the era of everyone. This isn't the first time that Mini and Sweep showed up in the Snapdragon Pro Series, but this is the very first time that either of them have made it to the finals, right? So that just talks about the level of competition that we get here every single time. We've seen Brew win it, we've seen Sweep win it, we've seen Arden win it. There's so many exceptional players that show up here that now this seems to be one of the premier competitions out there in the world.
I love it. Now as we continue going through these highlights, I think there's only a few more here, but favorite moments from this final match?
I mean, I really loved what we're watching right now, which was this turn that Sweep goes, you know what? This is not going the way that I need it to go exactly. Let me just turn around, go opposite lane in 3 crown. I loved seeing that.
I really love seeing Barb Hut lose.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You know, I'm no ill will on Sweep here in this one, but seeing Barb Hut take the L continues to warm the cockles of my heart. And yeah, happy to see that one out. But this was overall, it was fun. I think we saw both these players do the thing they're known for.
Yeah.
Right. We saw Mini Minter play these mid-cycle decks and get a lot of value out of them, make good value plays overall. We saw Sweep go for unpredictability. We saw the Golem Night Witch play in game number 1. We saw the very interesting Ram Rider Lumberjack deck in game number 2, and then this Barb Hut again. I think that we've talked about this before.
Yeah, I know.
I think he tried to be too sweepy, and the Barb Hut was not the right call here in the final game. But we saw Sweep be Sweep and still walk away with $2,000.
Absolutely, and of course, that means that Minnie's going home with that first place prize of $4,000. Everybody that finished at least in the top 8 going home with a little bit of something, which is always a nice way to close out their year. Huge congratulations to everybody. Honestly, we had a really, really solid bracket here today. But I mentioned it earlier, we have Minnie ready to go to chat with us. So we get to do a little bit of a winner's interview. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining. I mean, an almost perfect performance here on the day. So how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. It was an okay performance. Kind of disappointing to lose a game that I had won. Kind of puts yourself in a weird mental state, especially having gone like 7-0 up until that point. I feel good. I feel like I got the results I needed today. Deck picks went as I wanted them to. I tried to avoid a lot of RG snipe, especially in that last game and in that second to last game. Hence why Hogs and Zappy's Flying Machine, and he had a lot of spells. He had Fireball, he didn't have Poison, he didn't have Zappies, which the Hogs did surprise me, especially the Barb Hut, but him not having enough like air to deal with my Flying Machine was just overwhelming. But yeah, everything worked out today.
Minnie, you know you just won, right?
Yeah, right?
You just won $4,000 and you're the champion. I mean, let's see a little bit of smiles, brother. I mean, you've had an interesting 2022. Maybe you could talk to me a little bit about it. You had a great run in 2021. I know that you've been one of the best names in the game for a long time. I've been following you since the very beginning, since Rich's tournaments. This year was maybe a little quieter than we'd anticipated, but then you come out and close out strong. What are we looking for next year from you, man?
I just need to get some results in terms of actual CRL. This year was very disappointing, so to speak. I felt like there were times and there were moments where I was training a lot, practicing a lot. Maybe not as much as I should have because you have to balance your life. You have university classes, responsibilities, social life, all that fun stuff. But no, it was definitely disappointing for me. Especially me coming off that World Finals the previous year. I was expecting something, I don't know, a little bit more regular. And the format this year was also fairly interesting in itself. But I mean, I always know that I'm capable of winning tournaments, big tournaments. I know I'm capable of beating anybody in the game, any given time. And it's just a matter of having things go your way, either a certain weekend or a week or a certain day like today. But yeah.
What's up, Minnie? It's Rich here, and I know you're capable of winning stuff.
Yeah.
Because first, let me start by saying I'm very happy that someone else is paying you the money today. This is really nice for me. That's coming from somebody else's pocket. $4,000 in your pocket. I know, quite famously, you've often sent money to your mom. What are you doing with this $4K today as it comes your way?
Well, it is Christmas time, so I'm at age now where I actually have to start like buying people presents.
That's a big shift.
Yeah, I remember that age.
Yeah, so definitely a lot of it's gonna go to that. And I mean, being like on a drought from winning, and especially with like the CRL season ending in September, it's like a good refresher in terms of like prize money. So I'm definitely gonna enjoy it. Definitely like a breath of fresh air, so to speak. And yeah, I'm just gonna spend it with my loved ones. Probably have some nice dinners or 2 or 5. But
Why
yeah.
not?
Minnie, we had one other question for you since you were
Gotta know.
kind of playing it close
Yes.
to the chest earlier. I don't know, Rich, I know you want to ask, but who are you working with today? Who are you working with? Because it worked out phenomenally.
I was working with Jose. Jose's been my coach since I was with him in Tribe for the 2021 season. Yeah, we usually keep it on the down low. Sometimes I switch up coaches, but like this year, when I was with CMG, had some play with like Winwoo and Allen, but kind of just been chilling with Jose for a bit. And I mean, yeah, things worked out today. We know each other very well. We get along very well. So yeah.
So Andrew asked my question, so I'm going to go ahead and ask Andrew's question. You had a staring contest there, the first one of the night. And we'll let you go after this one. I know we've been asking all the questions of you. During those 2 minutes of no play, what are you thinking about? Are you dialed into the game? Are you thinking about like what's for dinner later? Are you running are you remembering your favorite show? Like what's going through your head during that 2 minutes?
I gotta know.
Usually I just like lay back like this and just like have some water. Because nothing interesting is happening. I'm sorry to the viewers. Nothing interesting is happening. Sometimes I read the Discord like and I'll answer something, but like I'll try to keep myself a little bit more focused because like but yeah.
You know what?
Love it.
I'm
I
on
love
board.
it. Yeah,
I'm on board for that. Minnie, we're going to let you go, but before we do, some final shout-outs. Let people know where they can find you on social media.
Twitter, Minnie _CR, YouTube, Minnie space CR, Twitch, CMG_Minnie. Looking to get back into content creation a lot more, especially like getting back into the mix of things. Hopefully in English too, because I don't know, maybe there's better demographic for me there. But yeah, that's all. Shout out to my family, my girlfriend, everyone who supports me, Jose, everybody I practice with, Rich and Andrew for giving some exciting commentary, and YouTube Litter, good stuff.
Thank you very much, Minnie, and go enjoy your win. Congratulations one more time.
Thank you.
Man,
I like these guys.
the vibes.
Oh, yeah.
The vibes. It's just.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I'm like sweating while that 2 minutes is going on, and then find out he's like talking to people on Discord.
You're going to have to take notes. You just need to lay back, just kind of
chill.
relax a
He
little
like
bit.
does his
wait
taxes
the
for a little bit, makes himself a fried egg.
Well, you heard him at the beginning of the interview. I was like, Minnie, you know you won.
Yeah.
But that's what I mean, again, we've talked about this for years.
Championship
But
mentality.
Yeah.
Exactly,
Yup.
exactly. He's going to be celebrating when he gets to the World Finals and he gets that #1.
All right, well, this was one of many steps on that path, okay?
Yeah.
But, you know, now that we've gotten to chat with him, we've literally done everything we need to do, so the last thing is just final thoughts from you two before we sign off for the last time.
You know, it's so weird because every other year I've been doing these final thoughts at the end of World Finals. And, you know, this year we get to do it here at the Snapdragon Pro Series here in Burbank. I love being live in studio, and I love this competition. Honestly, I really, really do. It's one of my absolute favorites out there in the world. I love to watch these players come up and also watch the top tier guys lose to Cinderella stories or try to make, I mean, Mini, this is the biggest thing that's happened to him in 2022. And for that to happen here as one of the last things on the year is really special. I'm just so happy to be here.
Yeah, this is a whole lot of fun getting to work together, getting to do all this stuff. You know, we spent 18 months fake fist bumping through a digital screen where we're pretending we're in the same room, so it's nice being here, and of course, great being with the crew at this place because everyone makes these shows really, really fun to do. So shout out to everyone here at ESL and the Snapdragon Pro
and
Series.
especially Glitter.
Yes.
I love that she she gets to do all the stuff. We just get to talk Clash Royale. It makes me so happy.
Yes, it makes our job very easy.
You know, I've taken my notes from Mini. I'm going to go relax for the rest of the year because that's it. We are done, okay? Our Clash Royale Split 2 has come to a close, and Mini Minter is your champion. Obviously, also huge congratulations to all of our players for their performances here today. As always, a massive thanks to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force for making this whole show possible. On behalf of myself, my co-casters, and everyone behind the scenes here at ESL Studios, it's been a privilege putting on the show for you all. Thank you so much for watching. Happy holidays, and we will see you next year.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.